is our book club, and I'm streaming on YouTube and on TikTok. On TikTok, you get to come up on the panel and call in, and we're discussing Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. The chapters are 15, 16, 17, and 18. That's what we'll be discussing today. It starts at 10 o'clock, so it starts in a few minutes, in about 15 minutes. But I just want to come on a little early to gather everyone. So if you want to come in, join, come up on in the box on TikTok, like the live, share the live, comment. YouTube, like the live, share the live, comment. TikTok, double tap the screen, like, share, comment. Be sure to follow, be sure to subscribe. I do offer ebooks in the link tree in my bio. I have 6 books, 3 for children of any age. And then I have those 3 books I call The Recipe for a Radiant Life, The Recipe for a Wonderful Life, and The Art of Revision. And those books are reminding children that the power of the I Am resides within them. And it's based on 4 simple steps that comes from my first book, The Recipe for Life, the 4 steps to manifesting your dream life. And those 4 steps are: decide, which is your desire; prayer, which is thanks, acknowledgement, recognition; the 3rd step is receive, which is, believe, which is to accept a thing is true. Step 3 is believe. And then step 4 is receive, which is something that you don't have to do, something that automatically comes as a result of your belief. Because as the Bible says, all things are done according to your belief. So it's whatever you assume to be true, expect will be true for you. You experience what you believe. You experience what you accept. You experience what you consent to. So what do you expect? What are you consenting to? We also have a book club over there on Facebook. It's called Prosperous Living with Toya. My YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toya. And my TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. You can also follow me on Instagram and Facebook. And those handles are Toya Janine. So come on in. Good morning, Latoxi. Hello. Cheryl, how are you, Cheryl? Welcome. Good morning. You guys can come up in the box. I'm just here a little early to gather everyone together. It's a great day. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Beautiful day. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to you. I have to say, it was like really funny to Thursday. You know, I work alone a lot, so
Okay.
sometimes I go through my phone just to see like if any lives are going so I can listen. And I literally thought, gosh, I wish Toya would do one of her random. And then the next morning I would doing the same thing. And I was like, and I had to check it. I'm like, is this a video? Because it looked like a live, and I'm like, she doesn't do live on Fridays. And I was like, oh, so I got to listen to you all day. It was great. A great discussion.
It was, wasn't it? Oh my goodness.
It was such a treat.
Yes, I said you and me are manifested Fridays.
Yeah. So I look forward to it because, you know, the more we do this and, you know, I take accountability, the more I just want to immerse myself in this. I want to step out of the 3D and, you know, just live in this world. I like it.
So your happy place.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, what are you confused about over here on YouTube? What you're so confused about? Hello. So today we're having a book club discussion. The book club, we're reading Neville Goddard's Power of Awareness. He's a great teacher to remind you of your faith, your belief, and trust your divinity in oneself, to not look outside of self for answers, but to go within, because the answers are found there. Their answers are not found in anyone else. They're found within you. And anyone that comes into your experience, they're just reflections, projections of your own subconscious. You want to understand and know yourself better, and you create people to come into your experience to help you along your journey. Always give credit to yourself. Give credit to your manifestations, your remembering, your divinity, your power, your faith, right? Your intention, your consent, your assumptions, because it's all you. The circumstances are happening because of your beliefs. The situations are happening because of your beliefs. If you believe something different, the things that you were experiencing would be differently. And even if the things that you experienced weren't differently, you would see it differently, because it's all about in the eye of the beholder. You get to determine what's good, what's bad, what's wrong, what's right, what's good, what's evil. It's all on you. So there's nothing to be confused about. Hello, hello, hello. Peace, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Welcome. Yes. Welcome. So we start our book club at 10 o'clock. And so I'm just waiting for everyone to gather in, to come on in. We're going to talk about this book up here, The Power of Awareness. So, The Power of Awareness. We're reading, we'll be discussing chapters 15, 16, 17, and 18. Very, very short chapters, sometimes not even a page long. As our girl Gigi says, they're tiny but mighty, packed with power, packed with revelation, packed with realization, packed with helping you remember who you are, the power that's within you, the power that is you. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's because of what you're saying. Whatever this comment is the reason why you're experiencing what you're experiencing. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
What's going on?
I also just came in to share some of what I know.
Concerning
Awareness.
Okay. Are you familiar with this book? Because this is a book club.
I didn't read any book. I don't read books. I'm a person who tries to find meanings of words, what they really mean.
Okay, well, this platform specifically today is regarding this book. Now you're free to stay and listen, but we're having a book club. This is a book club. That's why I have the book on the back on up here on the green screen.
Power of Awareness.
The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. Yes. And so we're discussing chapters 15, 16, 17, and 18 of this book. We read books. We like books. We see no harm in books. We understand that all books are about us. So there's no separation in consciousness. There's no separation in awareness. So we enjoy books. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about a book that we decided to read. But you got like 4 minutes to share what you want to say until our book club starts at 10 o'clock.
Not so much. I made some research about awareness, but I found out that it's about consciousness.
Right.
But then consciousness, we were given the word consciousness as a spell put together. It's kon and sias. Kon means together and sias means to know. So together to know, that's what the word consciousness means. It means together to know.
Okay.
But when you go deep, you question who is together and who is to know. together means the I am, and to know means to be aware. So the word consciousness then means I am to be aware.
Yes, I love that. Yep,
So
I agree.
does it mean my awareness comes from I am? Because when I went deep, I realized
does it come from I am, or is it I
Yes.
am?
Yes, your awareness is the I am.
Right, it is the I am. It is
Yeah.
the I am.
So when I went deep to realize that who is the I am? I is the soul and am is the spirit. But then the spirit is the spirals of condition. Then am means to be. So the soul, meaning I, to be. Meaning the soul has to go in the spirals of condition to manifest your reality, to be. Your condition to be.
Yes. I agree.
So does it mean when I went so deep to find out what does condition means? Condition means condition. Condition means together double process. I am double process, which means I and am is a double process.
Okay.
So that means that I, which is the soul, that is the magnet, because soul is soul. Soul means this way or that way, twist. So and arm is the spiral. So the soul has to go in the spirals in your spinning spinal cord, because the spinal cord carries 13 spirals of condition, and your head has 2. The male and the female has 2, plus the pineal gland in the middle. That means your head is a generator. It's generating thoughts and being operated by the soul, sent in the spiral wheels to your heart, the artist, then sent your heel, the power, and then sent back to the heart, then sent to earth. Earth means earth. Here, there, meaning listen to the starting point. So it's a circle, starting from your head, going to your heart, then to your heel, and goes back round and round. That's it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah.
So I also realized that your head is the heaven, but we are not saying heaven. We are saying he have n. He have n means here, father, into. So the head, which is he add, here add, which it's our head is where they add in from. They add that's why the left hand side of the brain is called Adam, but it's not Adam, but we are adding add arm. We are adding arm. Arm is the spirit to be, or which is electricity. We are adding in electricity into Eve. Eve is even, not Eve, but even. Eve N. Eve N means she's running. She's going to run the father. She's carrying the life force. She's the one who's carrying the life force, the feminine, the feminine, or the feminine, meaning mouth, who I am, here I am.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. You used up those 4 minutes very well. I appreciate you. But now we're going to start our book club. So I did like your sharing. I agree with everything you said. I like your deep dive into self, into who the I am is, because I am is all there is.
And the I am is a female. The soul is a female.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
God
very
is a
much.
woman, not a man. Yeah.
Well, God is a spirit. God's not
Praise
male nor female. God is not male nor female. God is spirit. God is not physical. God is expressed in form. God is all.
Yeah.
I'm not here to
control this place is to
to
control,
separate or
to hide.
divide masculine and feminine, because all is one and one is all. But like I said, I'm about to move past this conversation because we're about to start our book club. So could you mute yourself? You can drop down if you like. You say in the comments if you want to hear what we talk about, what we discuss, because that's what we're about to do. We're about to discuss the book. Good morning, Mia. Hello, Latoxic. How are you guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, friends.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. So we got chapter 15. Chapter 15, the crown of the mysteries. And I'll let Cheryl begin. You can start.
Well, good morning, everyone. When I started reading this chapter, I Googled the metaphysical meaning of the crown of the mysteries because I really don't know much about Christianity. And what came up was mastery over the carnal mind, which I thought was pretty cool, which then made me really get a bit more out of this chapter. But I mean, it's talking like, the basic, like Neville said, we don't need anyone. We're sovereign beings. We create our own reality. Talking about how we are all, virgin creators, and I liked where he said, every man is the Mary of the Immaculate Conception and birth to his ideas must give. The Assumption is the crown of the mystery because it is the highest use of consciousness. And that was another one of the meanings that it came up for the crown of the mysteries was the highest form of consciousness. So I liked it. I feel like, it is pretty much in line with it, everything that we're talking about. So I don't know that I have much more to add to that. But I did like, too, the last sentence in the chapter, learn the art of assumption. And I just like the use of the word art.
Yes.
Like you could have fun with it, right? Because sometimes like the imagining feels like work.
It should never feel like work, right?
Yeah. So I just liked how he said art, like try to have a little more fun with it. Because I'm kind of like you, like I use words and thoughts to kind of decide. I don't use a lot of visualization, but I just liked how he used that word art there.
Yep. Reminds you to have fun with it. Because we have to take the seriousness out of life. Because I like how Bashar says it, the whole point of enlightenment is to lighten up, right? To come as a child, right? That's what the Christ reminds you in the script. To come as a child is playful, right? Creative, artistic, not taking everything so serious. Everything is not the end of the world. Everything is not gonna, come to an end if things shift, if things change. Just go with the flow. Let it flow, let it flow, let it go. No, yeah. Love that. Yep. Crown of the mysteries. Ooh. Crown of the mysteries. You are Mary. Quite contrary. Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? What you going in that garden of yours? In that garden of Eden, your mind. What seeds are you planting? What thoughts are you imagining? All right, Mia, you up next, Mia Slay.
Oh, yes. So I was doing my homework and taking my notes, rushing to class. I was like, no, because I'm late for class. I literally have an ongoing nightmare, like an anxious dream of.
She paused.
It's so funny.
Wait a minute, you paused there. You said you were having an anxious dream and then you went out.
I've had like a dream my whole life, and it's so funny. Me, my dad, and my sister have the same dream that there's this class that we've skipped the whole semester or whatever, and we just decide one day I'm gonna go to class, and then I've missed so much work. There's no coming back. And I'll have this dream like maybe once a year. And then one day I shared this with my dad, and my dad's like, I've had that dream my whole life. And my sister's like, me too.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
And it's a rare dream, but I've had it probably since, I would say maybe junior high age. Yeah.
Wow.
And I probably need to write down when it happens, but it's probably when I'm like high, anxious, stressed, maybe. I don't know. But it was really cool to think about. But anyway, so I was taking some notes this week when I was going over the chapters, and chapter 15 was interesting. I loved how he broke down like Immaculate Conception and how, because that was always something I thought about with the Bible, of course, like not being so literal. Okay, so what's the metaphysical, like what's the real meaning of that, right? And how, our thoughts are immaculate conceptions, right?
Yes.
Everything that we plant, the seeds that we plant in our mind that exist and grow and become realities in our perception in our lives are immaculate conceptions. The thoughts that we put there. So I really like that about chapter 15. And I just really, really like, because it's something that I work so hard on understanding and just making my life better. It's the part that he said that events and drama of life is psychological, is a psychological one, and it's written by your assumptions. We talk about that all the time. You create the art of your life. So like once you learn that you can do that, you can learn to create your own happiness. So you can literally create your own heaven and hell. And God tells you that I create hell, I create heaven.
Yeah.
It's you.
Yeah.
And you're in control of, how you're going to create that. So I really, really love that about chapter 15, and just giving you the ownness of that. And, your assumptions is what tailor what you're going to experience in the world. And, you conceive and plant the seeds of what your day is going to be like. You know what I'm saying? When you wake up in the morning, you start thinking about work, right? Are you thinking about, oh God, I gotta go deal with this person at work. Oh, I gotta go deal with this child. Oh, I gotta go do this work. You know what I'm saying? And you're already planting the seeds for your day.
Yeah.
Gotta ask the Lord to get a hold of your mind before you do.
So, that's, oh, what happened?
Go ahead. They want to come preach the gospel.
Oh.
It's like to disconnect.
But yeah, so
I hope so.
so I really love chapter 15. So that's what I wanted to add to that. And I'll let the next person speak.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry that interrupted. Because I was listening to what you, then I kind of got lost because of that interruption. But yeah, we are, like you said, we are the cause of our own experiences. And once we recognize that, we can stop looking for a savior and looking for someone to come and rescue us and take us out of, and teach that escapism that religion teaches. Because we're not here to escape life, we're here to enjoy and create heaven here and now. The heaven is not a later thing. It's not even a place. It's a state. It's your awareness. It's your ability to love yourself, your situation, because you created it. And if you don't like it, change it. Hey, Latoxic. Welcome.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, great. How are you?
Good. It's a lovely start to the day. I was like, literally, I had TikTok open because I was like, I don't know why. I was like, I'm going to be early. And then you came on early. I was like, see, this is perfect. It all came together. I love the short chapters because I feel like I get so much into like the conceptualizing of manifestation that it's a lot of me thinking and not a lot of just digging in and applying it. So I love that these chapters talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's really helpful for me because it's like, get out of your head. Like you had said, you would stop doing all those lies every day because you're like, I'm about to go out and live, and live the wish fulfilled versus just talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that has really been helpful for me. And so I love talking about, James, and I know that, the Bible, but James is one of my favorite books.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because it just talks about,
because he's really practical, right? James is really practical.
Absolutely.
Really about making this law practical. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it talks about James in the later chapters, but I had to stop at the second paragraph and be like, assume a virtue if you have it not. Like, just dig into it, because I feel like I think personally about my own shortcomings more than I think about. Actually, I'm gonna say I have what I don't feel like I have. I'm gonna say that I am who I don't feel like I am. Because I really do think that that's like the only difference between a person who doesn't have it versus someone who has it. It's like, you may even have it, but you're not aware of it. Just like we talked about the other day. Just because, what does it say? If a tree falls in the forest, it doesn't make a sound if no one's in the forest to hear it.
Right.
Make a sound? Like, does it exist? Yeah, it exists. No one can perceive it. Doesn't mean it stopped existing. Like, I'm thinking about all the things that I, maybe get down on myself about or whatever. And I'm like, actually, I am exactly who the hell, what did it say? I am who I say I am, right?
Yep.
The scripture talks about that, as a man thinketh, so is he.
Mm-hmm.
But also just like, I have those qualities that I want to have. The fact that I'm even wishing for those qualities means that I have the capability to possess those things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So since we're just talking about 15, I really didn't understand the whole Mia got it better than me, the Immaculate Conception concept.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I get what he's trying to say, but it was a little bit too much. It was a little too high-minded for me.
Okay.
But,
Okay. So when you hear the Immaculate Conception, what comes to mind? Take Neville out of it. When you hear about when you've been taught in Christianity, Immaculate Conception, what were you told about it?
Think about the movie Inception, the toxic, and how you can implant memories in people, like the lost in the mall theory. So remember, like in psychology, there's a lost in the mall theory that when you're a little kid, you know how your parents tell you stories about things that happened to you, and you don't know that if you really, are they your memories or are there stories that other people told you before you had your own consciousness, right? So the Inception theory is that sometimes people can implant memories into your thought and your consciousness, and you don't know if those were really yours. Right. So think about the movie Inception, right? You can literally, in the movie, he was implanting things into people's memories and dreams so that he could kind of get an idea and find things out. So Immaculate Conception is like original thoughts, your original seeds of thought. Like, I want to have a beautiful baby girl that looks just like me. Right. And there you go. I'm sorry. I just wanted to kind of.
It's a little bit further than that because. Okay, so I want you to go to the Immaculate Conception in Christianity. What does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean? When you've heard it, when you've heard the Immaculate Conception, what came to mind when you were taught that in Christianity?
Okay, this is, what comes to mind for me is the sermon by T.D. Jakes.
Okay.
That was my first real getting what it was about. And he was just talking about, it was a sermon about him, about how sometimes your ideas and stuff like that are babies that you birth and things like that. And that's the only thing I can relate to.
Okay, so the Immaculate Conception means who was Mary? Mary was going to have a child without what?
Without a father, without Jesus,
without a man.
Right.
She was conceiving without help from a man. That's the Immaculate Conception. You're having desires and you don't need another man to help you with your desires.
Oh, period. Simple as that.
That's all he's saying, that you have an idea, a desire, and you don't need a muck to help you bring it to pass.
Right.
You don't have to go ask your mama. You don't have to go ask the government. You don't have to go ask your best friend. You don't need anyone's permission. You're going to conceive, bring forth a son, an idea without the help of a man, without the help of anyone else, right? That's why we say with manifestation, you don't try to make it so. Why? Because it's already so. You're not creating anything. All things exist. This is why we were talking about lack, right? And I was having that discussion with A-Town yesterday about lack. Does lack really even exist? Because lack just means your awareness of a thing, your unawareness of a thing, right? Because like you said, just because I didn't hear the tree fall doesn't mean it didn't make a sound. It just, I'm unaware of the sound. But does that mean it doesn't exist just because I'm unaware of it?
Yes, because in the other last chapter, he says you don't have to create anything because everything's already here. You ain't got to do nothing because it's already here.
It's just about what? Prayer is recognizing that which is. That's step 2 in my recipe for life, right? And it's not my recipe, it's the recipe for life. It's found in the script. Mark 11:24. The first is your desire. You didn't need a man to come up with it. It dropped in your spirit. It was implanted, as you said. It was the inception happened within. And step 2 is now you have to recognize it. This is your power of your awareness, the ability to acknowledge that the desire already exists.
Yes.
And step 3 is to believe that it's yours. Now that's where the faith comes in. Now you have to own it, even though what? You can't see it.
Oh my God, this makes so much sense, Toya. Like, you don't have to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to, like when you say, like, I have this abundance of money, right? The money's there.
Mhm.
You don't have to worry about, so how am I going to get the money?
Mhm.
What I got to do to make the money?
Yeah.
Or, like, even if you're wanting the SP, what I got to do to make it come? What I got to do to make them want me?
Mhm.
No.
Nothing. They already want
It's
you.
already here. They already want you. The love is there. Your spouse is there. Just be.
Just be.
Just be. I love this. This book is amazing. Okay.
Yep. It's amazing.
Can I speak to something else too? That is actually the way you just said those two things, me and Toya.
Mhm.
I was looking at contracts online, and anyway, so that they're job descriptions, and the way these people are so specific about what they're looking for and who they want to hire. I mean, the most specific things I've ever seen in my life. Like, oh, you need to have a program management, certification, not just a project management certification, a program management certification. You need to have a bachelor's degree in a science related field. You need to have, you need to live in Bloomington, Indiana. You need like the craziest thing. I mean, things you would never think of. Just they get so specific. These companies get so specific about what they're looking for, and they are going to not hire somebody until they get it.
At least
It just made me
that's what they
think.
think.
Yeah, it just came to me that day.
Until somebody that knows the power of awareness.
Come on.
Say, hey, I don't care what your specifications are.
Come on.
Now you gonna see that in me, even though I ain't got it.
Exactly. 100%. 100%. I just found it interesting how they get so specific about what they look for. and they don't apologize for it.
Nope,
either.
they
As
don't.
a hiring manager, I used to hire. I know the key to getting your interviews every single time. All you have to do is on your interview, on your qualifications or whatever, just doctor your qualifications to match what they want. They'll pull you for interview every single time.
Yeah. They say don't hate the player, learn the game.
Period.
Yes. Okay, so we have Abigail. Welcome back, Abigail. Just want you to know that we're having a book club discussion. So we're specifically talking about this book. What say you? Good morning.
Sorry. I didn't realize it was in order. I typed in some live and I wanted to just join and get in on the words. I was just enjoying what y'all were saying. And it's very encouraging. So I'm here just to listen to y'all.
Okay, cool.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Enjoy.
Yeah, I just thought it was beautiful how she had said, how she was basically saying, you got to pray for the Lord to get a hold of your mind before you wake up. And I have that problem because I want to get in my head. So I just was adding. That's it.
Okay, cool. All right, we have Kevin. Hello, Kevin. How are you? Can Kevin? Oh, I was wondering if you could hear me. There you go.
Hello, Grand Rising, everyone.
Grand Rising.
Or, as I like to say sometimes, Rich Rising.
Yes, Rich Rising.
Of course, I'm a big Neville fan and a huge fan of this Power of Awareness book. I like the Latasha about the tree falling in the woods. If no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Or did it actually happen? Just because you can't hear it with your ears or see it with your natural eyes? Does it mean the tree didn't fall? Your awareness is what makes things relevant to you through your awareness. Because you can't do anything with something that you're not aware of. And your imagination is what that virgin birth by that thought that has been created, that has not been touched, that's pure, that's that conception in your mind that's going to bring about the desire into the manifestation of reality. Because it already exists, your imagination is saying, I'm aware that you exist. And not only I'm aware that you exist, I'm going to give you my attention to that which I'm aware of that exists, that I already have, that I already possess. If you ask someone, hey, would you like me to give you $1 million? How many people you think would say no? The reason they would say yes is because they're in want of a desire to have the $1 million, which means they don't have $1 million. They want $1 million. The difference between wanting something is the definition of lack. When you're hungry and you says, I want something to eat, well, you're acknowledging the lack of being full. So being aware of our thoughts and being aware of how things come into manifestation is what I see this book is about. Because we can't just continue to go around haphazardly, walking through life like we don't have a clue of what's going on. To live recklessly, not knowing that our thoughts are really things. The things that we see with our natural eyes only a confirmation to our thoughts. So
Yes.
I'll say some more comment for the other chapters.
Okay. Love it. That pure thought, untouched, undefiled. Love that. Yes. Good morning, Key. How are you? Welcome.
Hey T, hey everybody, how are you?
Great.
Hey, so are we still talking about that chapter 15?
Yes.
Because I can't. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So well, of course I love this chapter and I love the title of it because he's literally handing us the crown, right? Like this is where we take the throne. This is like all the other chapters, they talked about like techniques, but in this chapter, he's really telling you that desire doesn't move you. You can desire all you want. Visualization does nothing. It doesn't move you. Affirmations, nope, don't move you. It's assumption.
Yeah.
That's the crown. That's the
Yeah.
highest use of consciousness.
Woo.
And like it's like when you really understand that, because before when I used to read this book, I didn't get it. But it's like, stop trying to get. Just be. right? And it's like everything else was just preparing us for, in my opinion, was preparing us for this chapter. But this is the chapter where he says it as plainly as Neville knows how to say. It's reality reorganizes around identity.
Woo!
No effort, like stop hoping, stop trying to fix stuff. It's that, you know, and it's like, it's the line where he says, assume a virtue if you have it not, right? I'm like, dang. So he's saying you don't have to build no confidence. You don't have to heal. People be like, oh, I have to go heal. You don't have to like do no work. Like just occupy the state. That's it. You know, just
That's what I be
occupy the-
saying. These new internet gurus, they gonna have you tripping all over yourself.
Yes.
Because they gonna
yes,
have you still thinking you have to work for this.
Yes.
And I'm like, the old school folks wasn't telling us about no nervous system regulation, no inner work, no shadow work, no healing journey. None of that was said. They said, assume it, believe it, right? Dr. Joseph Murphy was all about the power of the subconscious mind, right? And then Neville, the law of assumption. But there's two potato. They saying the same thing.
Yep. You are right.
Even Reverend Ike, he was never talking about. He just said, you want to have it, you got to be it. You got to see yourself with it. Go into the theater of your mind and see yourself, visualize your state.
Wow. Yes, you're right. It's like reality. And I was talking to one of my friends, and we were, having a conversation about this. And she's new into it. I'm told I would invite her to the book club. She couldn't make it today, but and I was like, I just used the example. I was like, just look at Trump. Like, he assumed that he was gonna win, another presidency, and it happened. And she said, well, the election was rigged. I said, but that's my point. He made an assumption, and the world bended to his assumption to the point where we're like, well, not me, but people are like, oh my God, the election had to be rigged. But that's
It doesn't matter.
works.
It doesn't matter.
But
It was
I'm like,
rigged in
that's
his
the point.
favor.
Right.
Because that's all it meant, right? You have to
Right.
understand that the world rigs itself in your favor, bends itself in your favor.
Yeah. And that's what I told her. And I'm like, that's the way it works for you too.
Yeah.
That's the way it works for me. I've seen it in real time. The world bends to whatever I assume. Like that's the way it works. And he's like basically in real time teaching all of us, how it works. Like, so, but yeah, so that's all I'll say for now. So.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful. Hey, Gigi, how are you, bestie?
Hi, bestie. Happy Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's.
How you doing, everybody?
Oh, everyone's awesome.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, this chapter, there it is. Had he maybe started with that chapter, it'd be the shortest book in the world.
You silly. It's already a short book. It's already a short book.
Started with the last chapter. That's it. That was in the book.
Oh, hit the double tap the screen, guys. Get the likes up. We got like almost 40 people on here. Let's get these likes up. Go. Let's go. We got to push this live out. Folks need to know this truth.
Work those fingers.
Yep.
So, yeah. What I got from this chapter about assumptions is that assumptions are your beliefs. That's it. It's just a different word.
Yeah.
But it's your beliefs. And the script, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
Yes.
Out of the abundance of your assumptions or your beliefs, the mouth speaks.
Mm-hmm.
So with the things, for example, that we're not happy with, or the things that we don't want, we don't look for it. We don't wonder when it's going to happen. We don't make vision boards for it. We don't work so hard for it. We just take it on. We assume it. We believe it, whether there's evidence of it or not. So with the things that we do want, that's all we have to do. It's just assume it and take it on. whether there's evidence of it or not, just believe it. Just like what we do with what we don't desire.
Yeah.
With what we don't desire, we talk about it. With what we don't desire, we keep it on the forefront of our mind. We're building new neural pathways to it. If a friend or a family member asks you how you doing, you're talking about what you don't want. So what are you doing? That's your belief. That's your assumption. So flip it. So if before you were saying that your boyfriend was a ding dong, and everybody asks you, oh my God, he's such a ding dong. Oh, he's such a that. Flip it. Even if he's being a ding dong, call things that be not as though they were. Because what won't be will be, right? Oh, he's great. Oh, he's great. He's amazing. Oh, he's great. He's amazing. Oh, life is good. Life is great. So if you don't believe it at the first time, who cares? You keep saying it. You just take it on. And before you know it, you'll see it. It's that simple. I love the simplicity of this chapter, of all the chapters. I mean, I love all the chapters. Every time people ask me, we've been in this book club. We love this chapter. We love every chapter. I might as well say I love every chapter, even the chapters I haven't read yet. But see, there's an assumption right there.
Yeah.
Even the chapters I haven't read yet, I love them. So there it is. There's an example of that. So it's what it's your beliefs. That's what your assumptions are. It's what you say every day about yourself, about others, about your situations, about pretty much everything. It's your assumption. And the beauty about it is that you can change it. It's not set in stone. And even set in stone doesn't work anymore because things that are set in stone have been torn down and new things have been built. So, it's short, but to the point. Like I say, tiny but mighty. And it really helped me reflect on, wow, like everything we say it's an assumption, it's your beliefs. So bring new things, new beliefs into your life, The assumption is everything. It's a virtue. Assume a virtue if you have it not. So take it on. I mean, even Shakespeare knew about this.
Yep.
Pretty much saying, call things that be not as though they were. But in his language, assume a virtue if you have it not.
Yep.
Take it on. It's one of these wow chapters. But yeah, your assumptions are your beliefs. Boom, there it is.
Yep. That's it. Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you.
All right, A-Town, you're up next, and then we'll go to one new creation after A-Town. Hello, A-Town. What's up, broski?
What is crackalating?
Crackalating.
You know what I'm saying? Prosperous living in that building. Yeah, I love all the shares, all the feedback, insight. This, I think he had mentioned it, this kind of sums it up, but we still got more to go, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to jot off a couple of, excerpts that that really resonated, that can really put us on top. So one, you wouldn't expect it to be the crown of mysteries, to be able to kind of get this type of insight when you're looking at the crown of insights, but it's really just resonating where you are that crown, right? You hold the key. And I like how it capitalizes Immaculate Conception, where it's not the Immaculate Conception, it's the Immaculate Conception, right?
Yeah.
So act on the assumption that you already possess that which you sought. So what you're seeking is your desire. I think we kind of mention this a lot of times, where desire is that that's it. And I think you kept on your post, or on your where you see the power of the awareness backdrop. You had a couple of your lives you had where it was desire, where it was like 3 steps I think that you had, where desire was key, and I think that's really it, where whatever we're wanting, whatever we're desiring is it. And we just have to be able to accept that, right? Accept that your desire and your imagination, your desire is your imagination. And so it says the assumption is the crown of mysteries because it is the highest use of consciousness. So, and then it says, when in imagination, you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you're mentally lifting to your higher self, your higher level. So it's just really us being able to really just tap into that higher self and really accepting that concept of ourselves, and just really kind of like basking in it. It says, learn the art of assumption. So that's just another tool that we have that allows us to, be who we need to be. For only in this way can you create your own happiness. So happiness doesn't come from outside, doesn't come from a bank account, doesn't come from, family, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm here to, I'm really here to be that, the poster child for that, you know what I mean? Because I've been there and done that, and still, still rocking with it, because being in this group, amongst others, of course, but just being able to resonate, like it's nothing outside, no mentor, no, and Toya really resonates with this really because, she could sell her stuff, we done been, Kevin and her joined together, with it, we could have been, they could have been sold the hope, right? And I think that's where a lot of people get it confused, where hope is not to be sold, it's already in you. And I think just being able to recognize in this particular chapter, when you through your persistence, this assumption becomes an actual fact. So, just taking that in, really, to me, it just resonated really hard, to where, of course, it just, like Gigi said, it summed up, a lot of the book, but just to recognize that the drama of life is a psychological one. And Toya definitely speaks on that, where it's all in mind, and I love it. I love the feedback again. And thank you for my time. I'll land there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, all of the gems, all of the revelations, all of the insights, all of the awareness. Beautiful, beautiful. One New Creation, you can unmute. Grand Rising.
Yes, hey, how y'all doing?
Great, great, great.
May I ask you something?
Sure.
May I ask what your belief is? Like, what you believe in?
Myself.
Like,
I believe in me.
okay. So I realized this, that awareness has to do with everything, because if you do not know who you are, then you will forever be lost, right? So me, just for the record, I'm non-religious, but I do believe in the God of the Bible, right? But it gave me revelation of who I truly am, right? Which is a God. And how did it get me to that revelation? Well, I just want to point out a few things. So if I can read like a couple scriptures, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Hey, brother.
Okay.
Did you want him to?
He can, and then we'll
All
go
right.
ahead.
Okay. So if you understand the highest frequency, then that will unlock everything, right? And the highest frequency is love. If you look at the life of Jesus, that will tell you your true identity. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you listen here, if God said, let there be light, and there was light, right? He spoke words, right? So, in Revelation 3:16, he say, so because you are neither cold or hot, I am about to spit you from my mouth, right? It has to do with words. Well, in John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 14, the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. So if you take all that I just said, if you realize, like, when you get pulled over by a cop or something like that, they ask you for your ID, right? Which has your first and your last name on it, correct? Which is a word. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. When you realize that you are God's words, you would know your true identity as you being God, right?
Yes.
And this is where your awareness come in, and you unlock other things, such as, this is the reason why Jesus was able to cast out demons and to heal the sick, because he knew his identity, right? See, the whole thing was this right here. Jesus was trying to get us to do this one thing. He was trying to get us to love. Because with love conquers all. That is the highest frequency. When you reach that frequency, then you will realize that you too are God. And this is what they don't want you to know, because they push two agendas, love or hate, right?
Love or fear, but yes. So I'm gonna hold you there because I don't want to get too off topic. But we are in agreement that God and I are one. There is no separation. That I am God in human form, having in physical form, having a human experience. So we are correct. We agree on that point. However, we are having a book discussion, so we're going to stay on that course, stay in that vein, stay on that lane. Okay. So you're free to stay and listen, or you can drop, or whatever you choose to do. Yep. Okay. So yes, I didn't mind him because I knew where he was going, so it's cool. When he said frequency, I'm like, okay, that's not church speak. Religious folks don't talk about no frequency, right? So
Right.
So imagine talking about awareness. You're not even aware of the room you in.
Some people just want to just say what they got to say. They're like, I just got to say what I know, and I got to share what I know. So I get it. It is what it is. So I'm gonna.
It was a good reminder that
you're right.
That,
you are God.
That it says it in the book that we are.
Yeah, that we're God.
We are God. It's pretty much what Neville is talking about.
Right.
But it's also in the Bible.
Right.
So
exactly.
It's a good reminder. So.
And so I'm going to close this chapter with this final statement. Neville says, your assumption guides all your conscious and subconscious movements towards its suggested end, so inevitably that it actually dictates the events. You are your circumstances, because your circumstances are a result of what? Your assumptions. So I put it like this: my assumption guides my movements automatically. It dictates events. It dictates the events. So people want to tell you to ignore the circumstances. No, you need to pay attention to your circumstances. It's telling you what you believe. And so if you don't like the circumstances, you get to what? Change them, and still, instead of being victim to the circumstance, understand you created it. And if you know you created it, then what does that mean? You can what? Recreate it. You can change it. But people want to be victim to circumstances. You're not a victim. You're the creator of it. The circumstances is happening because of you. It's you. You are the cause. You're the reason for your season, whatever that is. It's too simple, right? That just makes too much sense. But it also makes you responsible. And folks just don't want to be responsible. They want somebody to blame. So what? We got to keep a devil around. We got to keep Satan and his imps and his demons and his devils. We got to keep pointing the blame on something outside of us. There is nothing outside of us. Everything is happening within us. There is no out there. There's only in here. Remember, the world is the screen. You are the projector. The screen of space is just like in a movie theater. When you see the silver screen and you see the film running, that's your thoughts, your beliefs, your assumptions going through your eyes. Your eyes do not see, they project. Your consciousness sees. Your eyes are windows. You're seeing through your eyes, not with your eyes. So your eyes can deceive you. That's why your five senses can deceive you. Don't be deceived. God is not mocked. Whatever you sow, you reap. And then Paul said another way, be not deceived. Bad communication corrupts good manners. What is bad communication? Negative thoughts, limitation, doubts, fears, worries, complaining. That corrupts the good, the righteous. Because righteousness is right thinking. And right thinking produces what? Right action. And so we'll go over to the next chapter. We'll go over to the next chapter. Yes,
That
your
was quick,
seas.
right?
Huh?
Said them chapters be quick.
Hey, and we still spent 45 minutes on it.
I know. I love it.
I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. And so the next chapter is personal impotence. All right, Cheryl, you're up next.
Hi. So yeah, this one to me it was kind of like piggybacking off, the effortless way, the chapter, I think that was chapter 14, and just how again, Neville's making the point that we really do nothing. We don't, our power is in our attention, right? And I like the example of the magnetism because, like he's saying, you don't create the magnet, that we conform, through our attention to the law, and so it's just really reminding me again, to the point like that Key made about like everything bends to our assumption, like that's where my power is. And I was kind of thinking, I just had this thought when I was, reading this, just how when you're a kid and you are doing that experiment with the magnifying glass in the sun and you're starting a fire, like your attention is the magnifying glass. Like you don't start the fire and it comes, and it's, to me, it was kind of a good example because the flame comes almost out of nowhere, right? You don't create the flame. And if you deviate the magnifying glass to another direction, you kind of lose the heat, and you're not going to get the flame. So just to keep it to that simple, like what are my assumptions? What is my inner conversation? Like that, just having that awareness, because that's going to create my external experiences. So it was a pretty simple chapter, but just really, again, reminding me like, I do nothing. Like I know who, what, where, when, how, why, it's like, if this is what I want, this is my desire, then that's where my focus is, as I already have it.
Yes.
So
Ooh,
that's kind of what I took from it.
beautiful. That's it. That's it. All right, Mia, then Latoxic.
So I really like this chapter. But when I first was like, impotence, hold on, impotence. But I get what you're going there. But I really liked it. And I love when it says like, I can of my own self do nothing. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, okay, so I get it. Okay. So, and kind of like I touched on earlier, like creation's already finished. So it's impossible to like force anything into being. So, you're like, we always want to create and force things. So like once we think that we decide a thing, we want a thing, okay, now I need to make it happen, right? Now I got to make it. Like, no, you can't make it. You can't make it. It's done, right? Everything is everything. It already exists. So I really loved how this chapter made me kind of understand that you have to surrender yourself and yield to the law. And that's that submission part of it and trust part of it that I really like. So he says like assumption works the same. So you really just have to willingly identify yourself with that of which you most desire, and then it will express through you. So you just really have to identify yourself with the thing you want and just be. So be in the moment, be in the, what's the assumption, the fulfilled, like just exist in that moment, be who you are, live your life in the moment of those desires, and it'll get to you faster. And I think that this chapter talked about like that need of wanting to do things and to create things and to make things happen. You listen to me turning my pages. I took notes.
Oh yeah, I'm like, oh snap.
I took notes. I was writing.
I love it.
I was writing. But yes, so I really, really love it. So it just kind of makes you want to just be still and know, and not just force, like, to just chill and just know, like, man, I'm this, I'm that. I have it. It's mine. I don't have to make anything and do anything. That's the lie that we tell ourselves, that we have to sacrifice and do all of this for it to happen, or it's not going to happen. And if it's too easy and if we're just relaxed, then it's not going to happen. But we all know that when those lovely coincidences happen and those things fall into our laps and we're so pleasantly surprised and it seems so easy, yeah, because that's how it can always happen if we let it, you know? So that's what I really took from this chapter. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. And we really got to let go of this whole, it's quick, it's fast, it's slow, it's taking long. Let go of the concept of time. It happens exactly when it's supposed to happen. And it always happens when it's supposed to happen. It always happens when it happens, and it always happens when it's supposed to happen. So you don't have to even worry about when it happens, how long it's taking, how fast it comes, how slow it is. That's not even a thing.
My mom
It's not
sang a
even
song
a thing.
called On Time God. I don't know if you know this song, because I know you grew up in, but my mom sang a song
He's
called
on time.
An On Time God. Yes,
Oh,
he
yes,
is.
he is.
He may not come when you want him, but he'll be there right on time. That's all you need to know.
As Habakkuk told you, though it tarry, wait for it, because it shall what? Not be late. It never is late. So this fast, this quick, this slow, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Who? So you have to look like this. So you God. What does God have to rush to do? What is God in a hurry to get done? Whose time clock is God on? There's no time clock with God. There's no hurry up and get there. There's no hurry up and do it. People that are pressing you to get something done is selling you hope again. There's no press. There's no pressure. There's no, I need to make it happen now. No, quick. That's no. These people don't want you to think. They don't want you to sit still. They don't want you to be. They want you to move according to their time. And there is no time. There is no their time. It's only my time. It's only my time. It's nobody else's time but my time.
My time.
My time. My time.
My time.
Oh, go ahead, like toxic.
Yes. So I feel okay. So obviously this was like one of the, if not the shortest chapter from what we've been reading today, but it made me think about timelines. And like, I've always been someone who's really thought deeply about timelines and really believed in multiple timelines. And it's this kind of a little bit flies in the face of that, because I think okay, sorry, I'm like trying to explain. So like, there's this concept of like a ghost ship, where I read an article about it a long time ago, but it was just about how like you're on your own ship. Like, I'm thinking of a pirate ship because pirates. You're on your own ship in the ocean, and as you make certain choices, you know your ship is moving, your ship is going, and then there's a ghost ship, and the ghost ship is like all the other choices that you could have made, but you decided not to make. For whatever reason. And that ghost ship sometimes haunts people because it's like, well, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have, you know, whatever. And this is this concept of like bringing everything into submission, basically, and like everything in creation has already been created. It's like there's only one ship. And even though I could have made X, Y, and Z choice, it doesn't really matter because I'm still on the same ship. So the whole time I've been thinking like just, I've been, you know, if I made X decision, I would have you know, had a different result or whatever. And now that life is living parallel into my own life. But the truth, not the truth, but a truth, the concept you can think about is like, it all happens in your own time. Like what you're talking about is people trying to like, you know, move things faster, or slow things down, or whatever it is that they're trying to do to manipulate the time. And in that way, they're trying to control their own, you know, experience. But there's only one timeline. And that timeline it is made up of your choices, but just because you didn't make a certain choice doesn't mean that splits the timelines into multiple things. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, I've always thought, oh, like if I had decided to, you know, live in that other country, if I had decided to whatever, my life would be completely different.
Okay.
And maybe that's true. Or maybe I just always made this particular choice. And maybe this was always going to be my reality. And therefore it was always my choice to choose this, you know? And so like the concept of like, you can neither create nor change the law. Like you're all, sorry, I feel like I'm going a little bit off. I'm trying to like mentally think about how this law, the law of assumption, the law of mind is separate from like the concept of like, oh, there's multiple me's living in multiple timelines.
Oh, okay. Okay. Those parallel realities.
Right, exactly.
Here's the thing. That may be true, but it's about where your awareness is at this particular moment. Right?
100%.
Because that's how it all comes back to your awareness. Right? So who cares if you have other yous living a different version of you? Are you aware of those?
Right.
That's not where your focus is. Your focus is here. Right? That's where your focus is. So that's your only concern. Your concern should only be on your focus. See, that to me, that way of thinking always has you unstable. The what ifs, or I should have done this, or why I didn't do that, or always have you questioning your decision. No, I don't need to question it, because if I don't like the decision, guess what I get to do?
Revise that mug.
Exactly.
I get to change it. It ain't nothing fixed in this. Ain't just like Gigi was saying, nothing is written in stone. Nothing. You can break the damn stone, even if it is.
100%.
Even if it's written in stone, you get to break that motherfucker, right? Like, you get to change it up. You get to switch it up. That's why we don't need to get so down on ourselves. We don't need to like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I made this mistake. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did. Oh my, no, all you gotta do is change it. There doesn't have to be an oh my goodness. There just have to be a decision to change it. You don't have to beat yourself up, because who's judging you? Who's coming to give the consequence? You.
Right.
It's only you. You're the judge and the jury. You say that we just been told that we got to accept what comes, and now we know the law. No, we don't. I have to accept shit. I don't have to accept anything. I just got to decide differently. That's it.
Right. So I was just trying to mentally like put those things together. Like, how does this work with revision? Like mentally, you know, all of those things. It's coming together.
Yeah.
It's helping collapse those timelines.
Yeah. Because the only timeline that matters is the one you're focused on. But if you're trying to split and trying to be in here and then be over there and be over here, well, that's the problem. If you're so concerned about what would have happened if I had done this, does it matter? And all you got to do, if you prefer that instead of this, then imagine that.
Period.
That's all you got to do. If you don't like this, you get to imagine that. You get to bring that into your experience.
And it's that simple.
It's so simple. So simple. So we'll go Kev. Yeah, Kev, then I think A-Town, Key, then GG. Go ahead.
Nah, Key and Gigi go before me.
Okay. So Kev, GG, Key, then A-Town, I think. Okay. I can't remember. I can't remember who
got you.
came up. No.
I got you.
Hey, come on, Kev. I don't know if he got a phone call or not.
I was after Kev, but I love Gigi, so she's free to go first if Kevin doesn't come back. Oh, there he is.
Okay. Well, we'll keep the order: Kev, Key, GG, then A-Town. But I don't know. Maybe he's getting a lot of phone calls. So I'm about to say, Kev, we'll skip you and come back. But you ready? We still can't hear you.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So here's the one time a guy should be glad he's impotent.
You funny.
The only time, right, Kev?
That part. But we were laughing and having a little fun with that word. But you want to be, you need to be, you have to be impotent once you have conceived the desire that you have. You don't want to bring about a different thought to your desire. You want to be impotent to any negative or anything that goes against that seed. We just said in an earlier conversation that your seed is your thought. And whatever the mind of a man can conceive, that he will achieve. Well, the seed is only good or relevant when you plant it. And you just can't plant that seed in anything. You can't put it in unfertile soil and expect that seed to grow. So how do you get to fertile soil? Your energy is what fertilizes the soil that the seed is being planted in. The thought. That thought will mature like you guys have probably been on the live when you heard me speak about the law of reciprocity. And then the law of reciprocity has 3 characteristics. The first characteristic is whatever you plant, that's exactly what you're going to get back. So if you saw me planting orange seeds and you asked me, well, Kevin, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm going to get me some apples. And you're like, okay, well, why are you planting orange seeds? I said, I'm planting orange seeds because I want apples. You're like, okay. So whatever you plant, whatever seed you plant, that's what you're going to get back. The second characteristic of the law of reciprocity is you get back more than that which you plant. So if you maybe plant seeds, those seeds will grow into apple seeds, which grow into a tree, and that tree will yield many more apples and seeds than that which was planted. And the third law of the law of reciprocity is you always get it back later than when you originally sowed it. So how does that apply to our manifestation? That which we seed of our thought, our desire that we plant into the fertile soil of our imagination, it will yield many more than the original seed that we planted. Because you can't break the law, you can only confirm it. So when you understand and know that law, you can use that law to your advantage by walking into the knowledge of that law. So is it with the law of attraction, your awareness. Now that you know how powerful your imagination is, and that your imagination is what you do to I don't want to say create, to be aware of those things that you want to come into existence. That's why you call those things that are not as though they were, because they're not, because you can't see them. That's the only reason they're not. But you see, not with your eyes, with your awareness, because they do exist, and they are as real, more real than what the projection of your eyes is trying to reveal to you. That's how it comes into existence. That's how. I land my plane.
Oh, thank you. All right, Key, you're up.
Okay. So a lot of people get surprised with this chapter because you can't, your personality cannot force creation, right? So there's nothing about the type of person that you are that can force something to happen. You could be the nicest, kindest person in the world. Like, I have people who are so giving and like, because they're trying to force something into being. Or you can even be like aggressive, but you can't strong arm reality. Because you cannot, you cannot use effort to override the law. Creation is finished, and that's like a full stop. So when you try and make something happen when everything already exists, that's ass backwards. We said last week that God is everything and he does not need your help. So you use your power incorrectly when your only power is in your assumption, and that's it. It's like, I think of trying to get a magnet to work, and you start yelling at the magnet, or you're trying to put in all this effort on a magnet to try and get it to stick to a piece of paper. Nope, you conform to the law of magnetism, and you can't out hustle the universe. Because I spent years thinking that successful people, they're good hustlers. They sure do know how to hustle. Nah, they just use the law correctly. They just assume. And it's whatever you assume, good or bad, intentionally or unintentionally, you are impotent to change the law of assumption. But you're omnipotent in choosing the assumption. You get to choose. You always tell us that. You get to choose. And that's the free will. And as you said earlier, you do get to revise it. So.
Awesome. That's it. All right, Gigi. And then A-Town.
Hi.
Hi.
Chapter 15 and chapter 16 should be called You Are the 3D chapters.
You are the 3D.
Because it's true. It's all about, to me at least, it's about your 3D, the big 3D. You know, I love you, a little bit. Love you too, honey. So what I got from here, I mean, first of all, I love the title, and I went there. I went there. I'm like, okay, let's keep our mind clean. Or what are you talking about?
Of course you did, Gigi.
Of course. I'm a rock star. Of course I went there. So what he meant to me is, surrender, meaning let it be. Just assume. Just believe, assume your belief, persist in that new belief and let it be. There's nothing you can do on the outside to change it. It reminded me a lot of that scripture in Revelations where I'm going to just paraphrase that it says, you know, that God knows our works, that when God closes a door, no man can open. When God opens a door, no man can close, which really means whatever door you have closed on the inside, on the outside, no matter how hard you try, you can't open it. Whatever door you have open on the inside, no matter how hard you try, you can't close it on the outside because it's from within, so without, not the other way around.
Yes, love that.
And so, what is it that you have to do? Nothing. You just chill. And I love it. And then this part really got me where it said, you can neither create nor change the law of assumption. And then I kind of argued with the book. I was like, well, wait a minute. Didn't you just say that we can change our assumptions, blah, 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 blah? And I'm like, I read it again. He means the actual law
Right.
of assumption. Not that you can't change your belief.
Right. The law changes not, for I'm the Lord and I change not.
Right. I became like Arnold from Different Stroke. What you talking about, Neville? You're just talking about changing your assumptions. Now you're saying, what you talking about? And I argued with him for a while. I'm like, see, this is why your books are this. And then I'm like, okay, after I had like my little tantrum with Neville Goddard, you know, may he rest in peace. I was like, okay, let me read this again. And I'm like, oh, you mean the actual law? Okay. You mean the actual law of belief, what you believe about yourself, what you're saying about yourself. The actual law, you can't change it. So if you're, you know, if you're saying something like that you're no good, even if you're trying to be good on the outside in the 3D, you're still going to be presumed as no good. Or how he was just saying, a person can give and give and give and give and give, but if inside they're thinking, you know, that they don't get anything, that nobody gives them anything, that nobody does anything for them, they can give and give and give all they want. They're not going to get anything back because inside they're thinking no matter how much they give, they don't get anything. Ah, okay. And then he takes it even further. And it is in this respect that you are impotent. You can only yield or conform. And since all of your experiences are the result of your assumptions, your beliefs, your thoughts, consciously or unconsciously, the value of consciously using the power of assumption surely must be obvious. Willingly identify yourself with that which you most desire, knowing that it will find expression through you.
Yes.
There it is.
Yeah.
So,
There it is.
there it is. And then I love this one even better. Yield to the feeling, knowing, acceptance of the wish fulfilled, and be consumed as a victim, then rise as the prophet of the law of assumption. So it's like these two chapters, both 15 and 16, go together. It's like persist in your new belief. And how do you persist in it? By simply saying it, thinking about it, being in it.
Yeah.
You know, and he says it twice in this book, or maybe even 3 times, that creation is already finished. So there's nothing that you need to do to make anything happen. So you surrender. And it also reminded me of the script about the you know, how the birds and, you know, the birds of the air and the trees and whatnot, they don't sit there and worry about how they're going to grow. A bird doesn't worry about where it's going to get its food. I mean, I've never seen a bird, you know, here in Wisconsin, there's birds all over the place. And I've never once ever heard a bird go like, beep, 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 where am I going to get my next worm? Beep, beep, beep. You know, you don't hear that. They know. They know they're going to be taken care of. So if our higher self can take care of nature, it even says, how much more will it do for us?
Yep.
So it's like, don't worry. It's like you were saying earlier. A lot of times, they're trying to sell you hope, that you have to manifest in 3 days, that you have to manifest in 24 hours. I'm not saying that it can't happen in 24 hours or 3 days. It can.
Yeah.
But like, like my girl, Sway V over here said, she said, if you already have it, why are you worried about the time?
That part.
Why are you worried about it?
Because you don't believe you already have it. You think you have to
Exactly.
go get it.
You have to believe you have to go get it.
Yeah.
And then when you are assuming this is, I had a revelation. When you are assuming the new you, assume it. Don't wait and see.
That's the big part. People trying to wait and see.
Because
people always looking for a
yes.
sign. You need a sign. You want to, this is your sign. This is your, and here's the thing, that's hope being sold again, right? And hope is the dope. And people are addicted to hope. They're addicted to hope because, if you want things to go, like I was telling you guys, the one guy was saying, if you try to tell somebody the truth that wants to hear the lie, you've already lost. Most people want the lie. They don't want the truth. So some people want a sign, and that's the lie. Because there is no sign. No sign will be given you except the sign of Jonah, who was in the belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights. There is no sign. The sign is you. The sign is never outside of you. It's within. But if I tell you, you seeing this video is your sign that you're going to get $10,000. If you're seeing this video and it's this day, then this is your sign, right? Like, and people want that. People want, and I get it. I get the hope. And you don't want to take people's hope away, which is why people believe in religion. That's why people believe in saviors. That's all, because some people just want something to make them feel better, to make them feel good.
Something to believe in.
Something to believe in. And the
Like
last place they want to
Poison.
look, the last place and the last person they want to believe in is in themselves.
Because we weren't taught to believe in ourselves. So it's like we have to learn how to believe in ourselves. And trust me, when I've assumed stuff and I haven't seen it happen in my 3D, I'm like, and I'll ask myself, what's going on, Gigi? And I've said to myself, well, you're actually waiting to see. I'm like, I am? Okay, no, we're not doing that anymore. We're not in the waiting game anymore. We see now. When is it? Now. Let's live it now. So if I have this, and then I started implementing this, if I have this, and I think you mentioned this last week, if you have this, how do you feel? And I just started adding feelings. Okay, I have this. And I just started adding feelings. And the moment that I just started saying, oh, I'm happy, or I'm enjoying this because this is what I love to do, and all this kind of stuff, it just automatically happened. It just automatically came. So that's my new thing. I'm telling myself is we're not waiting and seeing. So there's no more wait and see. When is now? That's it. And we don't force anything. We don't do anything. We're gonna self-surrender. We're just gonna go with the flow. We're just gonna know that we know that that's who we are. It's all what you believe about yourself. That's it. And it's something you kind of have to keep reminding yourself of it because we've been so preconditioned to work for it. We've been so conditioned, not to believe in ourselves, that we have to find something or someone else to believe in. And it's just a script that we have to flip within ourselves. Not that it's impossible, because nothing is impossible. To me, impossible means I am possible. But, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. You just got to put work into it, which is fine. So what I loved about this is that, okay, when you want to change the 3D, because it's all about the 3D, all you got to do is put the new assumption, the new belief, stick with it, and let it unfold as it wants to. As far as you're concerned, you already got this because it already exists. Creation is already finished. It already exists. You're just adopting or giving birth to this new version of yourself, or this new version of the situation, or this new solution, etc. and have fun with it.
Mhm.
And if you happen to waver, okay, laugh. And even say, you know what, even wavering works in my favor because it's teaching me, okay, that I need to stay on the narrow path. Okay.
Mhm.
So you waver, so what?
Mhm.
Forgive yourself and you just go again because you haven't learned anything.
Yep.
And there is no, it's got to be no. You know, with these other gurus that teach this stuff, you weren't a butterfly on their wall. You don't know how long they wanted their manifestation. You don't know how long they've been affirming for something. Maybe when they actually finally accepted it as a belief,
Mhm.
it happened in a day. It happened in a couple of days. It happened in a couple of weeks, what have you. The moment you accept it. That's why when you can ask somebody, oh, how did this happen to you? Or how did you manifest that? You cannot pinpoint a date or a time
Mhm.
because you weren't worried about it then.
Mhm.
You might give it it happened a month ago or it happened whatever, but
Mhm.
you can't say, oh, it happened, January 15th at 12:15 in the afternoon. No, because you weren't thinking about that. You were living in the assumption. You were living in the wish fulfilled. And when you're in the wish fulfilled, when you're in it, pardon my French, you don't give a shit about the time and the where and the when and anything like that because you already have it. It's like when you order something from Amazon. Amazon gives you the time frame. You are sitting there worrying, oh my God, where's that package from Amazon? Did they package it right? Did they do this? Did they do that? No, you trust. Ooh, there it is. Bam. You trust that it's done. Bam, there it is. Self-surrender is trust. Gem.
Yep.
Self-surrender is trust. That's it. Trust yourselves. And I'm talking to me too. Trust yourselves. Let's trust ourselves. We got this. And the fact that it is just easy peasy lemon squeezy, that we just gotta assume it, believe it, accept it, and everything else takes care of itself. Love it.
Yep. Yep. That's it. Thank you. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right,
By the way,
A-Town.
I love you too, Mia. I love all of you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Super dope, super dope. Yeah, Gigi actually kind of took everything, my little talking points, but we're gonna, we're gonna make something happen. I wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit more on the I can of my own self do nothing. So if and this is a general question, okay, so if we're saying it is me, what is that scripture actually saying? Is if I can of my own self do nothing? What's that relating to?
The personality, your logical
Okay.
mind, right? So
Mhm.
A-Town has decided to be whatever. A-Town just knows it's already done, so A-Town knows he doesn't have to do anything to make it so because it's already so.
Gotcha.
And in doing so, I did write this down. It says, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled is deciding that it is already done,
Mm-hmm.
right? All the doing is automatic. I don't
Mhm.
have to think about what to do. The doing is inevitable.
That's beautiful.
So because you already are this, you
Mhm.
act this way. The reason why you act the way you act is because of your assumptions. Your behavior are results of your beliefs. Had you thought differently, you would act differently.
Mm-hmm.
So when you know you're wealthy, it's going to be ease and flow to circulate money.
Right.
Right? You're not gonna penny pinch. It's a difference between, having discounts and getting upgrades and getting things for free, but you're not going to pinch yourself off from having a great time, from experiencing a great trip, having an amazing dinner. When you go out to eat, like, well, I only got, I gotta get off the kids menu. And no, you're going with the knowledge of knowing that you have more than enough to cover the meal. right? Like you're not going
Absolutely.
out to dinner not to circulate the money. It's a foregone conclusion that you're going to pay the bill, you're going to add a tip, and you're going to eat whatever you want to eat. You're going to drink whatever you want to drink. Or then why are we going out?
Right.
You could have just stayed at home and ate then. You know, if you're not going to go ahead and enjoy the outing.
Yeah, don't play yourself. No, that's good. That's good. Well, so on top of that, so then, part B of that where it says since creation is finished. So I was able to get that part. I just didn't know, how to kind of really resonate with that. I can't, because it's saying I am, and then it says I can't of my own self. So I thank you for, elaborating on that. Since creation is finished, it is impossible to force anything into being. And so I love the fact that he is able to correlate it with magnetism, right? Because we can't see it, but we know that, you put a magnet over some metal or something, whatever the case is. And sometimes, I like the fact where it kind of in my mind where, on my phone, I have this phone case and, I picked up my phone case, but my key was attached to the little thing of my phone case because it's like a phone case where it's magnetically closes. And, it magnet, I didn't have to tell it to do anything. I didn't have to push a button, the magnet was there. I was like, what the heck, but it's the magnetism. And so I just love the way, he's able to really take from, practical ways of life, and really able to, put it to our what do you call it? Our higher self, our subconscious. And so because it says you cannot make the law of magnetism, if you want to build a magnet, you can only do so by conforming to the law of magnetism. So it almost kind of relates to, gravity. I dare somebody to jump off the building and not think that they're not going to fall, right? And so gravity is what it is, along with electricity. So we can't really, create these things to happen. We can only abide by the laws of these things. You can only conform to these things. So for me, this chapter really spoke to me where it's just like just chill, Negro, but just chill. You know what I'm saying? Just chill and really, and then when I just chilled, then I'm able to kind of really, my thoughts kind of slow down, right? Because I'm not in, I gotta do mode, or I gotta, more of a hyper sensory, a hyper vigilant doing, or trying to acquire, because I love information, I love learning and certain things of that nature. But there comes a time where it's like I do that now I do it in order to give, right? Because what I do know about wealth necessarily is it's in ideas, right? Everything that we're seeing, from the candy bars to everything that we're seeing here, somebody had to come up with the idea, and then they were able to mass produce that idea, and then they were able to sit up in their high rise and allow other people to work for them or to do whatever they needed to make it happen. And so I love the fact that that I was just able to kind of really just calm down, or just push the brakes on a lot of me trying to make things happen. And then of course Gigi, she stole my joint where it was willingly identify yourself with which you most desire, knowing that it will find expression through you. So that was just another chill concept where it was just like slow your roll, identify yourself, and hold your desire as God, as the utmost. And so yeah, I love this verse, and the next chapter is gonna be dope too. So not the verse, I love this chapter, but the next chapter is gonna be dope too. So so I'll lay my plane there.
Oh, nice. Yep. It's all about being. That this is what Neville is reminding us. It's about being. The world tells you it's about doing. Because when you meet someone, what do they say? What do you do? What do you do? Or who are you? And we immediately identify ourselves with what we do. But the question is not what do you do, it's who are you? And as Kevin was saying, remember who you are. Not remember what to do. Remember who you are. And when you're God, when you're the king on the throne, when you're the queen on the throne, everything is done for you. The doing is done for you. You have to and you have to expect that it's done for you. That people are just going to fall over backwards trying to please the king. Want to be seen by the king. Wants presence. Wants a communion with the king. Wants to be in the presence of the king. So that's why I was like, doing a couple of, and I want to make those regular videos to reminding people, be easy. You never, ever rush. Own the moment. Be present in the moment. You ain't got to rush to do shit. You don't have to rush to pay a bill. You don't have to rush to in line trying to fumble over, trying to hurry and get out the way. Nope, ain't no hurry and get nope. They're going to have to wait. I'm owning and claiming my time. I ain't in a rush to do shit. You don't like how I drive? Better figure out a way how to get around me, because I'm not driving faster. I'm not moving any faster. I'm not going faster. I'm not doing anything fast. Everything is on my time. Everything I do is on my time.
My time.
My time.
I love that.
Somebody was like, well, what they gonna do with the people behind you? What if they're in a rush? They better hurry up and get in front of me. They better hurry up and be first. Because other than that, I'm not moving fast. I'm not in no rush.
Or get another route.
That's a you problem, not a me problem. But you gotta say, everybody is going to bend to your will, so everybody gonna be okay with your pace. You get to set the pace. And what are you rushing for? That's why they tell us what? Haste makes waste. Slow down. I'm telling your body's gonna appreciate you. It's gonna thank you for it. All right, Cheryl. All things are possible. Woo! Let's get it. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I love this chapter. I was thinking about like how when I first, came up this morning, and I was telling you how much I love or I've been making more of the intention to make conscious choices to listen. Like, I was so happy you came up yesterday. I didn't expect it, but I got to listen to you while I was at work, and and I've been trying to be more mindful of where I'm placing my attention, like with TV, media, all that stuff, and this chapter just reminded me how I said, I love this world, because in this world where we are right now, all things are possible. And the more that I can absorb this into my consciousness, because I believe it, but the more that it actually becomes a belief that I have, like a real knowing belief, it becomes like the limited stuff just seems to be losing its hold, like all the limitations. And that's been really kind of a cool side effect, of, just immersing myself more the last few months. And especially like being part of the book clubs and, and listening, I listen to you, even if I don't participate like on Manifest Wednesday, like I'm just listening. I want to live in this world, and I believe it exists. And so I really liked here, in the third paragraph where Neville says, live your life in a sublime spirit of confidence and determination. Disregard appearances, conditions, in fact, all evidence of your senses that deny the fulfillment of your desire. And I looked up with, again, the word sublime. I had an idea of what it meant, but I just wanted to be clear on that. And one of the meanings was, elevate to a high degree of spiritual purity or excellence. But there was another meaning, a chemistry meaning, which I really liked. It said, to undergo a change of state from a solid to a gas. And it just kind of made me think from matter to spirit, you know, and you know, it's like just really gives me like such a great, like, you know, you use the word alchemize. I just love that word, right? Because, you know, there really is not much for us to do. Like, you know, I feel like I just have to be honest, open, and willing, you know, and the I am in me kind of is taking care of the rest. And I'm really beginning to rely on that, because for a long time I didn't really trust my I am, you know. So this was really a really great chapter, and just such a reminder that like my life can be whatever I want it to be, you know. There's no limitation, and just really finally, like, that's really sinking in, you know, to my subconscious. I'm feeling in alignment with that truth, you know, that I don't have to force it so much, like affirm it constantly, you know. And I like at the end, he said, all you can do are assumptions. And it's easy. It's, you know, changing the self-talk is, you know, but that's the gift of immersing myself in this, is I'm just becoming so much more aware of where my attention is, what my assumption in the moment is. And you can't change what you're not aware of. So, you know, any little scrap of awareness I have throughout the day, I'm really, you know, grateful, and just really, you know, I probably said this before, but just like, I feel like my whole attitude towards life is changing right now, you know, and it's feeling really like all things are possible. And that's kind of exciting, like at 60 years old, to wake up in the morning and feel like I'm in this new world.
Yes, a
So,
whole new
I love this
world,
chapter.
right?
Yeah, yes. It's not a wish, it's not a dream, it's not a, you know, mythology, it's real. So
Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's it. Go ahead, Mia. You're up.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay.
So we're on the chapter, all things are possible. Okay, so I really, really love this chapter. So when we talked about like the real purpose of life is to surrender yourself to your ideal with such awareness of its reality that you begin to live the life of this ideal, and no longer your own life as it was prior. So like just kind of living fully in the moment of you getting everything you want. That's kind of what I took from that. So just kind of ignore the present state and just assume the wish fulfilled. Like ignore what's going on, ignore what doesn't make sense in your current reality, what's stupid, because Earth is really stupid, right? Earth is dumb. I just be like, what is going on? Earth is stupid. This is weird, right? But whatever, right? Let me get back into my own world of illusion. Yeah, so I love that how he said just kind of ignore the present state and just assume the wish fulfilled and just stay focused on that. And what just popped in my mind, I was like, I'm acting like jukebox now, because that old church song, I woke up this morning with my mind stayed on Jesus. And you know, of course, when you grow up in a church, it's kind of like a external thing. But I went to ChatGPT and I was like, I want the esoteric meaning of this song, right? And it's pretty literal. It's like mental discipline. That song is about being intentional and focusing and not having wandering thought. So when I looked it up, it was just about mastering your attention. Like that song is about being in control of your mind, refusal to let consciousness fragment into fear. This is what ChatGPT told me about the song. I woke up this morning with my mind stayed on Jesus. I grew up singing that song, right? And I've always actually liked that song in church. And it has so much more meaning to me now. So that song, so when the book talked about, you know, making sure you stay in the present, in the wish fulfilled, that song popped into my mind. And, you know, and that's when I went to ChatGPT. So it says kind of refusal to let consciousness fragment into fear, and worry or illusion of the world. And it says what the mind dwells on shapes your reality. And we talk about that all the time. So you keep your mind and your consciousness anchored in truth, right? And, you know, because we know how the 3D is constantly pulling on our truth, right? Pulling to influence our mind, pulling to prime us to worry, to think about the what ifs, to make us have doubt about what we can fulfill, about who we are, because the world wants to tell us who we are, right? The world wants us to focus on our race. Our world wants to focus on us being slaves and us being Democrats, or us being what part of the economy we land on, us being whatever, right? The world is constantly wanting us to identify outside of ourselves. In places that may not put us in a place to feel empowered, depending on where you fall, right? So you really have to fight against that and keep your mind stayed and focused on your truth and your desires, so that you don't get kind of off track. Because once you're off track, then you become one of the gerbils, making this world work in a way that's not fulfilling to you. And your desires and what you want is the only thing that matters. You working for you. You are the CEO of you. And that's really what I took from that chapter. You know, you can't avoid assuming the feeling of fulfilled, just like you can't avoid eating or drinking. You know, you always do it. You just don't realize you're doing it. You're assuming the fulfillment of things you don't want all the time, because you're constantly engulfed in whatever. You know, when you're existing in some type of fulfillment of assumption of your life, right? Whether you are assuming that, you know, you're acting as someone's child, someone's wife, someone's coworker, whatever, you are being that. So just be who you want to be. Assume that. And I love how we always talk about children, and I work very closely with children, and you just look at them. Sometimes they're just in their own dream world. They're giggling for nothing. They're happy. They're in their mind. They're chilling. They're assuming their wish fulfilled. They're in their dream world. And only when we shake them up and tell them to focus on the here and now and what's going on over here are they mad. You know, so I really thought these chapters were so magical. I accidentally went into chapter 18 a little bit, but
Well, we did read chapter 18. We're supposed to.
okay, cool. Okay, so I went a little further.
Yep.
I did good. So yeah, that's mainly what I took from this chapter. Just to stay focused. And yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you. A toxic Denki.
Yes, so I too also felt like the whole concept of, I've always been really drawn to that scripture that, you know, you call things that are not as though they were. And at the time, you know, the Christian context is not really a ton of, like, there's not really a ton of applying it really, because you're just praying to God. And it was, you know, for me, it was difficult to understand how I could connect what I wanted to what I felt like God's will was. And so Christianity does not bridge that gap intentionally. And so that, even though I've always felt drawn to that scripture, it never really came to fruition for me in that way, because I just felt guilty about having my own desires.
How dare you?
Right. Because that's what they say. You should not trust the heart. The heart is deceitful. You know, you can't, you know, lean out onto your own understanding, you know, all of these things. And so even though I kind of felt that power of this particular scripture, I always just felt like, well, how do I know? You know, what does it mean? And usually the will of God was always something that was going to make me suffer, or like make me have a lot of pain or whatever it was like the hardest thing, right? It was always the hardest.
God always whooping you.
Right. Like, why?
God love to get that belt out. Let me go get that belt.
Right.
Let me whack you 2 or 3 times. Have you had enough yet? He don't put no more
Like,
in
how
you.
many
He don't put no
times
more
should
in
I
you. Can
suffer?
bear. You can bear some more. Then bring me another. Let me whip you a couple more times. Man, I just be getting beat. I got Godheads. Woo. What does the scripture say? He chastens those he loves. And we think chastening to suffer. Do you know chastening only means to correct?
Right. Period.
Correct you. You're being corrected from thinking negatively, limiting. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Latasha.
No, you said it. You said it all. Like I just that particular scripture was something that I always felt connected to, but I just could not step into it because of this whole concept of the difference between my will and God's will and the separation, right? The duality of it all. I couldn't really step into it.
Yeah, God just an angry parent. And I was an angry parent. So I get it. And I'm just so mad that I was so mad. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I was so mad that I was so mad and mad just for being mad with no reason. Because God didn't need a reason to be mad.
Right. We can talk more about this on Fridays. Fridays. Because I have more to add to that particular conversation. So I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent because I could totally do that.
Girl.
That particular God and
girl.
And all those other things.
That's all. Like I'm like, we gotta do deconstructing Fridays because I know some of y'all was surprised to see me on there yesterday, but I was like, no, I gotta bring us together because we gotta deconstruct from this mess. This stuff is crazy. Yeah.
Well, I see your post and you talk a lot about that. Why would God punish us? Why would God create us? And no, he could. Anyway, yeah, you get the point. I get the point. But yeah, I just found it really powerful just to say, like, I can call, I've always felt it, but now it's like, I feel like I have permission to step into it and say, yeah, I can call exactly what I want into this world. And I don't have to explain myself. I don't have to have a permission slip. I don't have to be good enough. I don't have to be anything. I just have to decide that. I just have to accept it, and the whole concept of like changing things that are immutable too, that's also super powerful for me. Like I'm manifesting right now, like something I think about a lot, which is not related to anything in my personal life, but something I think about a lot are like the coral reefs and like how I remember them. And maybe this was just the edit of, just the power of technology and photo editing back in the day. But when I was growing up, I felt like the coral reefs were really bright and vibrant and just beautiful. I just love looking at those pictures as a kid. And now they look kind of dull. They don't look very vibrant. They don't look, whatever. But I am stepping into, because they've basically said that the changes happen because people are putting chemicals into the ocean, basically. That's bleaching them and causing some of them to die and all this other stuff. But I am personally manifesting that the coral reefs return to their full health. I just think they're so beautiful.
Yes. Aww.
And so in my mind, I'm like, yeah, that seems like something that's kind of irreversible, right? But we reversed the ozone layer being destroyed, right? The ozone layer was fixed. All those other things. I'm not like a huge, ecological kind of person, but these are the types of things I think about when I think about things that are like immutable, things that are not changing. These aren't things that are going to get worse before they get better. And so that's what I'm thinking about. It's like, what other things do I want to fix around here?
I know, right? Because remember, you're not changing the world. You're changing your assumption about it. The world stays the same. It's your assumptions that change. That gives you a different point of view.
100%.
Literally, your point of view changes, and now you start to see they're not dull. They were always beautiful the whole time. It was me thinking that something was happening to these coral reefs.
Yeah, because I have a friend who does scuba diving, and she's like always, traveling these beautiful places and scuba diving and all of that. And I'm like, why would I want to go see the dull ass coral reefs? I see the videos. On TikTok. I'm like, I don't want to see that. It's scary down there anyway. But I want to see, if I'm going to go down there, I'm going to see some tropical fish. I want to see the beautiful, colors and all of that. So that's what I'm manifesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already done.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Key.
All right, so this was chapter 17, right?
Yes.
So Neville, he said, claim it, it will respond. So he's telling us that once you assume it's not optional, and like he said in the previous chapter, it's the law. So it's not like it's probable. It's not probable, it's inevitable.
Yes.
Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, right? He said, call things that are not seen as though they were. So do not sit around waiting for proof. Because when you wait for proof, aren't you psychologically located in lack? If you're saying, "Oh, I believe it when I see it," like you're treating the outside as the authority, and that proof is only going to come after you've accepted the state and then stop negotiating. So I think of it like this week. Last week, freezing cold in Chicago. And we got spring weather now. I hope it sticks around, right?
Supposed to. Next week will be like 60 something.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna have my shorts on, but it's freezing cold outside last week. I walk my dog. I come home shivering, cold, and I'm standing at my door freezing. And I say, well, I'll come inside once I warm up. Once I warm up, I'll come inside. Huh? you only feel the warmth once you come inside the house. Meaning you only see it once you enter the state. You don't wait for proof. You enter the state, right? And then he's saying you rest in the assumption. So that doesn't mean detach from the desire, which I used to think I'm supposed to detach and no longer want it, because wanting it means that I don't have it, right? So I would get confused with that, and just, it just really means that you don't have to internally argue or negotiate. There is no more, well, what if this happens or that happens? You get to stop revisiting the decision. Go rest. It's done. It's done. And when you fully assume it's really no longer you, God, and desire. Because I used to love to say, oh, if God wants me to have this. No, what is your state of being? What are you assuming? There is no separation, right? So, and then there's a difference between a thought and an assumption, because we know thoughts come and go, but assumption, it stays running in the background. So you can be thinking, oh, I hope this works, or you can assume things always work out for me, and life obeys the background. So, assumption is whatever you no longer argue with internally. That's assumption. If you're still arguing with it, then you haven't assumed it yet.
So I'm gonna bring out it was like you were making a differentiating between thoughts and assumptions. I'm gonna say they're the same. They're not different, because what you're thinking, you're assuming. The thing is not to have a divided thought, to not think this and then assume that. They're one and the same, right? Because what I was saying on Wednesday, that you've decided when there are no other option. That's how you know you've assumed the state, because there ain't no plan B. There ain't no plan C. There is no, well, maybe if it don't happen, or, let me just make sure it, just in case it don't come through. You're double-minded. You haven't assumed the position. You're not thinking it's yours. You're thinking that it's not yours.
I tend to think that I agree with what you said, right? But I tend to think that like sometimes the thoughts can be temporary. So I can give examples. Like, people can have a thought, like, I love to be financially free, right? That's their thought. I love to be financially free, but then they still live paycheck to paycheck. So that thought that they love to be financially free doesn't have authority because they haven't assumed it. That's kind of where I'm going with it, but I agree with your assessment as well. It's like, it's that underneath that thinking, there's something that you don't argue with and that feels normal to you. And that thing that feels normal to you, if living paycheck to paycheck feels normal to you, then that's really your assumption.
Yeah,
And
because
you
I think
can-
we're so I'm gonna bridge the gap. So
Okay.
the thought you had about financial freedom, you didn't keep thinking it though. Because an assumption or a belief is a thought you continue to think.
Yes.
Thinking it one time, as you said, doesn't solidify it, but it can, because I could just think it once and don't ever think against it, and that's enough.
Yes, that's true.
Right?
Yep.
And that was just a thought. But I never opposed the thought. So it became my reality.
That's true, T, because that's happened before with me. Like just driving home from a job location and was like, I would love to work here, and never thought about it again. And then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, I'm working here.
And so you
that's-
assumed it, even though you thought it, you agreed with it, right? Because what did you say? I loved how you said it earlier in the book discussion. What are you consenting to?
Yes.
So you consented to that thought. So it became your assumption. You assumed a position when you consented, and then you only had to do it once. See, we got to stop thinking we got to keep doing it. Here's the thing. You only got to keep doing it if you don't, to not oppose it. But if you have the reality of already being it, saying it once, the once was enough. Say, when you asked, I answered while you were yet speaking. Before you ever even let it fully develop, it was there. It was done. Before it even completely left your mouth, before it completely formed fully, it was a done deal. Why does it become a delayed or negated? You oppose it. Because a double-minded mind is unstable in all its ways. That's why you don't get it. Because
That
you
makes
opposed it. The moment you said it, you thought a different thing.
So is it safe to say that an assumption is a thought that you don't
oppose?
Yes. Okay. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. So we'll go to Gigi and then to Kevin.
Yes. I love the title. All things are possible. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all connected. See, we're all connected because everybody said exactly, and I love it. I love it when I have a thought and then Bestie will say it, or I have a thought, Neil say it. I love it. I love the fact that we're all connected.
Yeah.
Or somebody will post it on the comments.
Yeah.
I love it. So let's reiterate, shall we?
Yes.
I like this one. God never fails. You're God. You never fail. You never fail. So failure, bye, you're evicted. Bye, never see you again. Goodbye, see you later. No, not even see you later. Bye, beat it. God never fails. Through the mastery of your assumptions, you are in very truth enabled to the master of life. And one of my favorite scripts, he called things that are not seen as though they were seen. But see, the church leaves out the best part, and the unseen becomes seen. See, this is why I used to really piss off a lot of people in the church community, because I just never took the pastor's word for it. I would literally go home and read it in the King Jimmy and read it in the Amplified and ask myself, okay, what are you really trying to tell me? And 9 times out of 10, it because something completely different than what I was hearing from the pastor. But I love that the unseen becomes seen. The moment you call something that's not as though it is, it automatically becomes is. It automatically becomes what you're calling it. And he gives instruction here. You know, you by your conscious assumptions determine the nature of the world in which you live in. Ignore the present state and assume the wish fulfilled. Claim it, and it will respond. The law of assumption is the means by which the fulfillment of your desires may be realized. So claim it, and it will respond. Ignore the present state. Ignore the 3D. Ignore it. And assume the wish fulfilled. So if some waitress is being mean to you at a restaurant, oh man, she's so nice. She's so sweet. And be surprised. It happened to me at a freaking Raising Cane's. Some kid said to me, "Oh no, we don't give out free sauces." And I could have easily gotten into an argument with him in the 3D and in my head. And I was about to go that way, and I said, I said, I have the sauces. I got the sauces for free. And I remembered the nice manager girl. I said, she's going to give me the free sauces. She's going to come out and give me the free sauces. And the moment I went to pick up my order, she showed up and she asked me if I needed anything else. And I said, well, yeah, I'd like to get the sauces, but they said I have to pay for them. And she goes, how many sauces do you want? I said, 2. She told that kid, get her 2 sauces. And she said, it's free, don't worry about it. Boom.
Boom.
Why? Because I called things that were not as though they were. Yeah. And the unseen became seen. But why did the unseen become seen? Because I kept my awareness, my focus, my attention on the unseen already being seen.
Yeah.
So even though all this baloney was going on, in my mind, I already had those sauces. I saw the sauces in the bag. I saw myself eating it. I saw it saying to my husband, oh, look, we got free sauces. Look at that. Look at that. I started playing that in my head. Now, this is a thing that we have to get accustomed to doing. Mm-hmm. So I sometimes think that the reason why he says that we have to persist or repeat it is because, unfortunately, we are trained to waver.
Yeah.
We are trained to think the other way. And it's just like you just said it. An assumption is a thought that you don't oppose. So if you're opposing that new thought, you have to stick to that new thought. And then once you get used to doing this, then it becomes easy peasy. You can say it one time and know that it's done. And he brought up a really good point, because I remember when I was in Los Angeles, I went to a Halloween party, and I loved my girlfriend's, who then became my girlfriend, but her house, I went with a couple of people to her party, and I loved her apartment. And I said, this is my apartment. I can so see myself living here. I love this place. I love this place. This is my apartment. I so love it. And I just fell in love with her place. So about maybe a month later, I go to a girls' night and I meet her. We become friends. And then within a couple of weeks, she's looking for a roommate. So I go to her apartment, and Lord and behold, it's the same apartment at the Halloween party. And I said to her, didn't you have a Halloween party here last month? And she goes, yeah. And I said to myself, oh my God, I am moving into the apartment that I said, this is my apartment.
Wow.
Well, why did it happen? I only said it one time. Why did it happen? And you cleared it, Bestie, when you said, I didn't oppose it.
Yeah. Yep.
So there it is.
Beautiful. Whoop, there it is.
Whoop, there it is. Don't oppose your new thought. Okay, it's a habit that we've developed that's been taught to us. So we have to practice, persist in the new assumption and not oppose it. And then, like I said, once we get into the habit of doing it, it becomes easy. You could say it one time, twice, because you don't oppose it anymore. It'll happen. It's like driving. The first time you drive, you are clenching onto that steering wheel for dear life. You're all close up to the car. Your seat's all close up to at least for me. I was really close up to the steering wheel. I was holding onto the steering wheel for dear life. You know, I was afraid to touch the brakes and the gas. You give it gas and the car just takes off. Okay. And you're thinking all these kinds of things, but okay, but you practice and you go again and you go again. And then it comes to a point where you're driving, you can drive with one hand, you work the stereo, you roll down the window, and it becomes second nature. So when you are consciously assuming, consciously believing, it's a practice. Once it becomes a nature to you, you won't have to repeat anymore. You won't have to persist anymore, because now you're like, I don't have any opposing thoughts to this anymore. This is the route I'm going. You claim it, it's responding. You ignore the present state and you live in the wish fulfilled, it becomes easy.
Yeah. Because that's the
So,
detachment. The
yeah.
detachment is from the present reality, not the one you
Right.
not the assumption. Right? When he talks about
Right.
that, when people talk about you got to detach, you're detaching from the old state. No, I think he talks about that in this book too. Detachment is about detaching from the
Right.
current reality if the current reality is not the assumed reality.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. So all things are possible to those who believe. So believe, assume, speak it, claim it. I love that he says claim it,
Yep.
and ignore the 3D. The 3D is your creation. The 3D is not your enemy. Like some guru there on that was teaching this got pissed. Like she blocked it. Well, whatever. Because I put on the comments, the 3D is your friend. It's not your enemy. She got mad. I'm like,
Well.
business. Kind of like when I did with that pastor when he was like, I know the name of God. Do you want to know the name of God? It got finally so frustrated. I said, hey, everybody, his name is I Am. Okay.
Crazy.
Jeez.
Crazy.
Stop dangling the carrot.
Crazy.
So yeah, this was a short and sweet, but also mighty, tiny but mighty, and to the point.
Yep.
And it really opened up my eyes that it's really just your beliefs, your assumptions. Everything bends to your will.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're saying like he was just saying, I'm going to get that job. Oh, let's say I'm going to get that job, but what if they don't hire me? God is saying, yes, you're going to get that job. Yes, they're not going to hire you, because it's always saying yes. So whether you're opposing or not, whatever you're opposing, it's saying yes. Yes, you're going to get that job. Yes, you're not going to get that job. Yes, they're going to hire you. Yes, they're not going to hire you. So wherever your thoughts go, it's saying yes. So all it's doing, it's revealing to you what you're thinking.
Yep.
So it's not against you, it's for you.
Yep.
So then when you realize that, you're like, oh, okay, we're going to stop doing the Humpty dance here. And we're going to stick with with I get the job. I get the job. They love me. I get promoted. My boss, I'm my boss's favorite, what have you. And you'll start seeing, because that's where you're staying. And give yourself grace. Okay, so what? You oppose the thought. Okay, get back on the horse, because it's not going to punish you. It's not sitting like it was like God is sitting up there with a lightning rod, wanting to punish you, like Love Toxic said. But give yourself grace. So yeah, I really love this chapter. So I'm gonna land my private plane right there.
All right, private plane. Let's go. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kev. Then A-Town. Kev on the stage. I'm sorry. I know that's somebody else's handle.
Hey, can I go after A-Town?
Sure. Go ahead, A-Town. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Not like following up after Mr. Kevin.
Okay. Yeah, I guess he knew it. He knew that intuitively. I think A-Town wants to go next.
Right. No, I love this. I love how he also resonates and refers and references the Bible script in a lot of in most of the chapters, and because that's where my background really stabilizes from, but just really knowing even how being able to know that he brings the Bible verses to it, but I'm debunking everything learned from the church. You know what I'm saying? Where everything was forced. I think somebody had mentioned, oh dang, I just forgot my thought. How, oh yeah, how their child, how she's on her child's time. I think he had said that, or somebody had mentioned that, where or Adriel, I think she said that, and my people, my parents used to hate me being on my time. You know what I'm saying? I hated being rough. I loved, give me an order or tell me what we're going to do, give me some time. But they were always rushing. They were always, either hurrying, and even resonating from the girl yesterday, how she even broke down in tears, and I had like goosebumps a little bit because I was I was that child, you know what I'm saying, where it was rush to this, rush to that, or just the force, just the forcing of that. And anyway, I don't want to get off topic, but just knowing how, just the debunking of who we are, because I'm still, shedding off, or not even still shedding off, because I am that I am, but it's just psychologically being able to feel the remnants of what I'm coming from, and what I'm coming into, and then being able to draw that line in the sand, like I am not that no longer, or I'm able to have a reference point of, okay, no, you're not. You don't have to. You don't have to. You are a doer, right? And I think that's in the next chapter. But you're taking on your own assumptions. Knowing that nothing has to be performative basis. Where I have to try to do something because of because if anybody comes from the church, you got to be either reading your word in some tongues, slaying, or something. You got
slain in the
this,
spirit.
you got to have this whole checklist for them to, for you to be able to be deemed a good person or whatever their accolade is. And it was just so forced in me, because in me, all I wanted to do was be a good son or a good dude. You know what I'm saying? Like to be that person. And so for me, it was just like psychologically, it was just torment. And so just to know that my frequency, or my I was on a whole nother different plane, because nothing was what's the word I'm looking for? Nothing was structured. Nothing was no. Dang, I can't even think of the word, but nothing was structured to where everything was just haphazardly. And so I can see that, where I'm able to kind of see, okay, financially things were haphazard, right? There was no stability. And then I'm able to see where, everything was just kind of like in a child's way. If I'm looking at it, I'm like, damn, this is a bunch of BS, chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was y'all really doing? Let me sit y'all down and let me ask y'all some questions about what the hell y'all was doing and what y'all was thinking. But just to know that, even people in church, like they can get it wrong. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where my mind kind of like sits at ease, where it's like, okay, I can, because they still be trying to invite me to church. I'll be laughing like, okay, what am I going to church for? What do you want me to bring? What for?
They need to ties about you.
Yeah, that too. You know what I'm saying? I call them recruiters now. You know what I'm saying?
Join God's army.
Yeah.
He needs soldiers.
Yeah, right. Right. I've been there and done that. You know what I'm saying? Got my little stripes too. You know what I mean? And looking for a refund. How about that? But no, just to reiterate, I love the fact that there's practicality to the tools of who we are, because he says time and again he assumed the feeling of his wish fulfilled. So I think where Key was just going into, where just the thought, and how you mentioned that you can just think it and don't be contrary to that particular thought. Just to piggyback on that, where he assumed it was time and time again, he used his tool to the betterment of him, and he continued in his assumption. So it wasn't nothing that was a fly by night type of, a thought, where he assumed, and until that wish until that which he desired was completely realized. And so, one thing that I was talking about yesterday, where it was anybody remember the phrase push? Wait, what was the push? It was like pray until something happens. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that was a trip to me. You know what I'm saying? Or because I'm like, hold on, what are we really doing here? Yo, so I got so many things, where a lot of this stuff is debunking and yeah, beg until something happens. You crazy, Mia. But just to have those references, because that's what really comes up, is a lot of, okay, what am I really debunking here? Because because I don't push it in nobody's face. I don't even, who you do and what you do is up to you. But I know my life is going to live a different life. I know when you come in contact with me, I know if you have a conversation with me, it's going to be of a whole different realm, a whole different identity than that of the old. And I do, because I take the accountability, I put that accountability on them, and I'm able to see how people will run from accountability. And it's quite all right, because they have their own situation to go to. But also it says through the mastery of your assumptions, right? You are in it says through the mastery of your assumptions, you are in very truth enabled. You are in very truth enabled to master life. So again, it's something for us to master. It's something just like Gigi had mentioned, driving, right? I'm sure we can, we don't even think about it. I'm taking care of one of my uncles now, and he never seen me drive. The last time he seen me or we was in like real direct contact, I was at his crib and he was driving me around in his Benz, and I was that little nephew type situation. You know what I mean? But now the role has completely like 180. Where I have to cook for him. I got to make sure, Uncle, give me your laundry for the week. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff where I'm doing him now. You know what I'm saying? And just hopping in the car. He just hops in there, and I say, buckle up. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case is, but it's like, just to kind of see how natural it is, for me to do what I do. And my assumption was, look, I want to be in a place to where I'm able to take care of my family, right? Just the way that they were able to. And so, and I will say this too, sometimes it don't happen the way we, I understand, what we do is our imagination, but sometimes the way things come out, it comes out differently, right? I would have never thought that I would have been in a position to take care of my uncle. And now looking at my, certain situations, I'm able to really have an identity of, damn, what type of uncle do I want to be, or what type of situation do I really want to put for myself so I can be that for my family. And so, what was the other one? So I think Gigi had read it too. Rest in the assumption that you are already what you want to be. For in that determined assumption, you and your infinite being are merged into creative unity, and with your infinite being, all things are possible. And failure is not an option. Why is failure not an option? Because it's up to your identity. You know what I mean? That you, what your desire is, and then it goes into saying. The clue to the real purpose of life is to surrender. So there we go with that just chill mode. You know what I'm saying? To your ideal, and be able to honor that ideal. I think that for me is, because I could say, man, I want this. Now it'll come, but I'll see, like, I'll kind of like take like I'll rewind the script, like, damn, you did have a little bit of doubt, or not even doubt. It's just the I guess we can say, lack for better words, just the teeter-totter and be like, okay, I want something, but I'm seeing it in a 3D, like, dang, okay, what do I got to do? Or what do I have to bring about? And whatever I wanted does come about, right? Yeah, I can go on and on in terms of my businesses, my clients, the services. Like, it didn't come about the right, not I gonna say the right way. It didn't come about the way that I assumed. You know what I'm saying? It came about with some, with a little bit of trial and certain challenges, and but it unfolded. You know what I'm saying? The bridges of incidences laid it out where, boom, this is what it is. And so,
But actually,
so I wanted to,
it did happen as you believe. Here's the thing: you don't realize that you think that you should have a challenge to get in it, but you did. We were programmed to think there should be challenges and hurdles,
correct.
so it did come the way you assumed.
Mm-hmm.
You just forget you assumed that.
And
Because the how is never your word, but it's going to come in the way that you believe, not the how you believe, right? The how and the where are not the same. So the how is the different specific details that comes with the expression of the identity.
For sure.
Associated with your identity, you added to your assumption difficulty, challenges, hurdles, struggle, and you got it, right? Yep.
For sure, for sure.
It is always done unto you as you believe.
Right, right. So everything easy right now. You know
You better say that. You better
know,
say that.
you know,
I've been trying to tell you. You better say light and
all over
easy. The easy
streets.
way. The easy way is
You
the best
know.
way.
Yeah, facts on that. You know what I mean? Like 110%. Because you know that yeah, we want to get to the finish line in full energy and full, like she said, easy peasy mode. Because that other way is woo wee. You know what I'm saying? No bueno, right? And so yeah, so just being able to, yeah, so I think, you know, for me, easy mode needs to be the subject of my life. You know what I'm saying? It needs to be the title for sure. For real, for real. So yeah, so I love this chapter. It says, claim it and it will respond. It also says, every moment of your life consciously, I think Gigi had read this, is consciously or unconsciously, you're assuming a feeling. And so I really want to, you know, in that slowing down and that just chill, really being able to resonate, you know, okay, consciously or unconsciously, something's going on, you know what I'm saying? And I am assuming a feeling. So just being able to check the feelings, being able to check the mode of operation, you know what I'm saying, that I'm doing what I do. Nowadays, I get to serve my clients. I get to serve, you know, businesses and people, their families, etc. So it's no more longer a taskful type of situation, and to where it was like a hustle mode, and it sets me apart in terms of how I even choose my clients. You know what I mean? Where it's and how I choose the people I want to work with, even my team, you know, and how I even choose them. And you know, like, nah, you don't work for me. We're a team, so you need to make sure my best interest is your best interest, and your best interest need to be my best interest. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you just clocking in and thinking that, you know, you're about to get a check. You know what I'm saying? But of course, that's reciprocal. But I want you to have the consciousness that, you know, this is you know, you're a part of this, and this is you. You know, so I need you to just take that level of ownership. Also, yeah, I think so. So yeah, so bottom line for me is the exercising of that it is in easy mode. You know what I'm saying? That that consciously or unconsciously, what am I assuming? And you know, and all I can do is control the nature of my assumptions. And I think that is, you know, I think that was big for me too.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, landed my private jet.
All right, let's go. Landed that private jet. Woohoo! All right, Kevin, you're up.
You're parked right next to me, A-Town.
I know, right? We in the same hangar. We got the same hangar rentals.
Yeah, I know.
I love this live. I tell you, I apologize if it seemed I've been in and out. I've been getting phone calls. I've been getting pulled in many different directions to solve and deal with many different life. Just be life, and but it's all good.
Yes.
It's all works for my good.
Yes.
And it's all because of my good.
Yes.
So, with that said, this is probably one of my, I can't say it's one of my favorite chapters because all of them I think is my favorite chapter. And it, you know, all things are possible to them that believe. So let's finish it by saying, believe what? believe what? Whatever you assume.
There go Mark 11:24.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I know you appreciate that segue.
Matthew 21:22.
There you go, girl. That's it. Whatever. I mean, Henry Ford, the one who got the ultimate credit for inventing the car, even though he wasn't. That's neither here nor there. Another discussion. He said, if you say you can, you're right. And if you say you can't, you're right. So we like to say, you know, we in church we used to have these sayings, these cliches. Favor ain't fair, you know. Favor ain't fair, and I'm favored. So that don't have to be fair, you know. As like God esteems them more than they esteem anyone else in church. Like A-Town was talking about, you know, when they're rolling around in church and shouting on cue and and jumping around on cue, you know, because they talk about how the Spirit was good. And then whatever you persist in your belief, that's what comes true for you. It's just the whole world is made up through your belief. All of it. Well, how did that happen? That must have been an accident, no? Unless you're saying you accidentally believe that. Because it's true to you. You are it. The whole kit and caboodle is about me, myself, and I. That's it. You're it. The world is a reflection of your thoughts, or your more appropriately, your thoughts that you persist in. Persisting in, you give your energy to. That's what collapses it into your reality. Because it already exists, and nothing has matter until you give it matter. And you can't give it matter until you're aware of it. Now, whether it serves you or doesn't serve you, that's something you get to decide. But whether or not it collapses into reality, all it needs is your attention. That's all it needs. Because your attention is your permission for it to collapse into your reality. That's your consent, your attention, your power, your imagination is no longer imagined once you continue in your persistence of your attention. So, in everything, nothing is outside of bounds. There's no such thing as coloring outside the line. Nothing is off the table. Whether it's health, whether it's wealth, whether it's a relationship, nothing is off the table. When something that you don't want to happen happens, and you say, see there, I was right. See there, I knew that was going to happen. You're confirming the law. You're confirming the law. Look, I told you. I heard somebody say, if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all. Now, okay, maybe they were joking, but the subconscious mind doesn't have a sense of humor. It doesn't. So what you can lie to me about what you're saying about yourself and to everybody else, but you cannot lie to who you have became, who you are. And the universe don't give you what you become, what you have, what you want to become. It gives you what you are. When I didn't realize that I had the money that I had, I was walking in lack. Bills being paid, behind on mortgage, behind on car payments. If it was something to be behind on, I was it. I was behind on it. I mean, you look at me now and say, well, Kevin, you know, you seem to get everything you want. I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I may, you know, I'm a little older than I believe mostly everybody here on the panel. You know, maybe not in the chat. I think Brother Ronnie's in the chat. I'm certainly not older than him. But you have whatever you say you have. You are what you believe you are. And you can fool me some of the time, but you cannot fool yourself anytime. You cannot run from yourself, because everywhere you run to, there you are. So this whole book is about you remembering who you are. You spent all this time up to this point learning or being programmed to not know who you are. So be patient. You guys are doing a wonderful job of remembering who you are. A fantastic job. Imagine, here you go, your imagination again. Imagine where you will be 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now. Someone once told me, who you are 5 years from now will be determined by the books you read. Who you are 5 years from now will be determined by the books you read. That which you put in must come out. Because everything that is within reflects outwardly. You cannot give what you don't have. I lay my plane.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's-
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
it's a Concorde jet, but that I still landed.
All right now. All right. All right. I won't add to it because I was kind of adding to it already. So just got to remember that all things are possible to whom? To those that believe. All things are possible to God. I am God. All things are possible to them that believe. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Yes. So we'll go on over to chapter 18. Be ye doers. Be ye doers. Okay, Cheryl.
Hi, so yeah, this be ye doers, you know, realizing, you know, we have to be doers, but there's no heavy lifting. You know, like in the past, I look back now from this place and I can see how, you know, even though I didn't realize it, like just trying to, you know, do better, be better, like, you know, because I do think it took a little bit to really realize that there's nothing to do. Because, you know, you talk about it a lot, like we're all kind of conditioned that you got to work hard, right? And so, you know, I like in this chapter, you know, how Neville talks again, you know, he says, forgetting what manner of man you are is failing to persist in your assumptions. So, like, I'm only failing when I forget that all things are possible to me, you know, and if I, because, you know, he says a few times in this book, the only journey is psychological. It's just the way we're thinking, what we're focused on. And so I like how he says too, you are not a forgetful hearer when you keep the feeling of your wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness. And he writes too, frequent reiteration and repetition of important basic truths run through these pages. And that to me is like what the beauty of this, community is because I'm noticing in my own life, like just being able to talk about this for, hours and hear people talk about it, like that really is seeping into my subconscious mind. So this is becoming much more natural. It's more believable to me, even though I did believe it. It's a different belief. It's not my old belief, I guess, was more of a hoping, where it worked for everybody but me. I always kind of had that thing like this, God will do, answer everyone's prayers but mine, and that's kind of where, it's so important to love ourselves and feel worthy. And it just, it's just such a reminder, like, because I think you said yesterday, you quoted like I don't know what the quote is, but just about the burden, give your burden to Christ, so yours yoke is lighter. I really don't know that. I'm botching that up.
That's okay. That's okay. We know. Burden light, yoke easy. Yoke is easy, burden light.
It's like, and it's finally, again, I've been hearing this, I listened to Neville for a long time and others, and it's like, I think it's really true, like, because I'm letting go of a lot of like the disbelief for myself and just realizing like how much I was trying to control. And I like too, he writes, the dynamic prevails over the static, the active over the passive. One who is doer is magnetic. And I love that imagery again of the magnetic, like we attract, just by our focus of attention, like there's no real effort outside of that. And, some days that can be effort because that old self shows up, you never know when doubt or fear can kind of crop back in. But I like, and I learned this from this group, like the power of commanding, like I can tell my thoughts, stop it, whereas before I just used to get oh no, I just ruined all that focus by having a bad thought. Like I thought that completely took away, the work that I had done. And now it's like, I don't have to give it much attention. And I also like too, that you say, and I do this a lot more too, is, speak about what I am, not what I'm not. Because, there's so many small ways that I can be attached or identifying with the limited self. And I have to be so careful. And like this chapter is like do it, and so I think at some point I just had said, when am I just going to start doing all this? Like, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. But, still like, wanting to identify with so many of the limitations because that's a comfort zone, so being more open to get out of my comfort zone. And, and I love, the whole idea of the law being impersonal because, I think about like some, mathematics a little bit. And when I think about this community, like, I don't know what the math term is, but like when you have some.
Oh. Somebody got a phone call there.
No, I accidentally hit something. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I touched the screen in the wrong spot. So, but anyways, like there's that math term where like something to the 10th power, and I forget the name of that. But like I think of, when we're in the group together, like right now, I see 35 people, like it's I am to the 35th power.
Oh, like exponential?
Like, like just, we really are helping each other, like in a ways that I don't even think in an energy way that we can see, but I certainly believe it's happening. So this, again, like reading this chapter as a doer, like with a whole new mindset of what that means, it doesn't feel like pressure anymore. It really feels like a very easy, manageable way to be. So I really loved all these chapters this week.
Yes. Oh, so beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go ahead, Mia.
Okay, so this last chapter about be doers, I loved when they said you deceive yourself by only hearing when you expect your desire to be fulfilled through mere wishful thinking. So keeping the feeling of the wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness is important. So I think that when people think about the work, I like when he said the work is in your mind. So the work isn't like, I need to go out there and physically do these things and I must do this. Like the work that I think people are talking about is working to keep your consciousness focused on that thing, right? And that is the work that we must do to keep our mind focused and be living in that wish fulfilled. So I think that was the main thing that I took from that chapter about just being the doers, because you know that can go a whole other way when people hear that and think that that just means we need to go out and do something and be actionable about kind of making our desires come into fruition. So I really like how they explained that in the chapter, and just kind of getting our mind used to and practice on shaping our thoughts and really living in that wish fulfilled and knowing what that means. I think these last few chapters really helped me really understand that. So that's what I wanted to add for that chapter.
Thank you, thank you. So good. Go ahead, Latoxic.
Ditto. I'm joking. Yeah, I'm with Mia. I agree with her. I think when I was thinking about James, this is the chapter I was thinking about. But you know, just again, loving the idea of just being able to be like, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to actively, you know, the only thing you have to change is your mind. That's it.
That's it.
There's no other action. I'm just thinking about that for myself in terms of the things that I always wanted to change about myself. And it's a relief. It's a big relief, because I feel like often I get into these loops where I, you know, move ahead in like certain action and then I stall and then I start again, then I stall. Instead of just saying, actually, I'm an Olympic athlete, right? I'm not literally trying to like manifest that, but in my mind, I'm like, you know, what would, if I'm just using this as an example because I used to be an athlete. Like if I wasn't an Olympic athlete, how would I train? How would I eat? How would I, if I believe that I am, and I know that I am, and I got sponsors, and I got other people trying to get me to the games in LA 2028. I'm joking. This is not a real thing. But mentally, like, who do I have to be in order to actually believe that that is true? And I don't have to actually change my actions. It's changing my identity. And when he talks about that, creating the ideal in the mind, like once you create that ideal, you just become that person. There's no separation again. So, yeah.
That's beautiful. Yep. Being, right? There is no race. There's no competition. There's no comparison. There is no rush. Go ahead, Key.
Okay, so this was one of those chapters that made my hair hurt.
Not make your head hurt.
I'm like, my hair hurt. I'm like, I don't get it. What Neville's saying. So I really had to listen to everybody else's assessment. I thank y'all. But I do say that when I got halfway through the chapter, I was like, okay, I get it. So the doer, that's your talent. That's assumption. And when he said your concept of yourself can only be displaced by another concept of yourself, I was like, whoa. So, like, whoa, Neville. So, not healed, not negotiated with, no, replaced. Like he just put my therapist. I don't have one, but
He would have put up. They would have been knocked off the block, huh?
yeah, I'm like, why would I pay you? I cannot heal myself into being someone new, right? Because talking about the past is going to keep me stuck in the past. And that's why Neville, he uses resurrection language for a reason. Resurrection means something had to die, right?
Woo! Talk about
The
it.
whole identity has to die. It has to burn up in a flame.
Woo! That's like a fire.
Yes, right?
That's the
So
Holy
it's like-
Spirit with, he said, John came to baptize you with water, but I come to baptize you with fire. Because fire, what? Cleans up everything that ain't like you. It cleans the inner, and the water cleans the outer. Go ahead.
Wow. Yes. So, like your current self-concept, I would say your current self-concept cannot transform itself because that identity that created the present circumstances, the things that you no longer want, it doesn't evolve itself into a new reality. It's only going to reproduce itself. Like bees are only going to reproduce bees. And if you keep thinking the same way, you'll just get the same results. But there is a solution, and Neville gave us the solution.
Come on, girl.
Yes, he said, introduce the new self-concept and then occupy in that state. And then let the old one fall away by atrophy, no longer use it. It's just going to wither away. And then that's what replacement is. And that's why you tell us all the time that stop correcting your thoughts. It's just going to keep you stuck. Stop managing the old self and become someone new. And that's what resurrection is. Replacement. It don't mean improvement. When I go to replace my car, I don't have them improve what I have. Right? I get a whole new car. I'm upgrading my self-concept, but actually I'm not. I'm really abandoning my self-concept. Right? And I don't have to heal that old self-concept. I don't have to negotiate it with it. I don't have to drag it into the future. It reminds me of that friend that I was telling you about that I reconnected with, the one who was a self-proclaimed alchemist.
Yes, I love it.
She don't even look the same. She doesn't sound the same. I don't recognize her voice. And she's aging backwards. She became someone new. And that's just what this chapter reminded me of when I read it. I'm like, wow, a new identity.
Because the world tells you to be better. And when I was reading Neville, he said it's not about being better, it's about being different.
Yes.
I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. I pull up with my, whatever, however the song goes, right? But y'all know the words. Y'all know the words, right? But it's about being different, not being better. People trying to be better at being bad. That's not what we doing.
Yeah.
We being different. We're the butterfly don't look like a damn caterpillar. I don't. Metamorphosis, transformation. It don't look like it has no remembrance of ever crawling around on on its legs, scooting around like a worm.
Man.
It got colors, wings. It cannot float and just go about, right?
And people get mad at me because they're like, remember when you used to, and I always say, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't
like,
remember.
I don't know. Right? But anyway, I don't remember. So sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry. Right.
Because it's like you got to be tired of being sick and tired of the old state. And some of us not tired of the old, because some people like what comes with the old state, right? People are like, oh, you need me to do that for you. Oh, look at you. Oh, all the attention. People love the attention that comes from needing something outside of themselves, dependence, right? They call it codependence. And it's interesting that you said something about a therapist, because I saw this it's this girl on here. She does that. She's really, really creative, and she had did a skit. She does a lot of skits, that's what she does, but she's playing all the parts. And the one skit she did was being at her therapist, and she's telling her therapist about what's happening, and the therapist starts to go along with her, like, yeah, we do need to do something. Yeah, we do need to. Yeah, I'm with you. She's like, well, hold on, wait a minute. I was just venting. What's going on? She's like, no, you're right. I don't know what I'm gonna do. She started having to give therapy to the therapist. And so I went to the comments. It's therapists all up in there. Oh yeah, you right. We therapists. Yeah, we don't. I told them, it was like, yeah, my therapist. The therapist is saying, yeah, my therapist told me to tell you. They're like, yo, you got a therapist? Because I just don't. This is my conclusion. This is why I didn't want to do the one-on-ones type thing, because people were trying to use it as therapy sessions, right? So I was like, if I do it, I have to be like really strict about what we talk about, right? Because I just don't believe that one human is supposed to take on 50 people different problems, right? People is a revolving door of problems. And I'm just supposed to sit there and let you trauma dump on me. And I got to try to figure out your problem when they ain't even figure out their own problems. Because first of all, you think you got problems is the problem. Let's just start there. You think it's something to fix, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I would say that I'm joking when I say this, because I'm like, I know my words have, oh my gosh, I don't even know if I should say it, but I'm like, you've ruined me as a friend, because I used to sit and listen to people go on and on about what happened to them and all of their like past. And now I'm just like, what is it that you want now? Like, what is it that I don't want? What do you want? Because I hear you saying that in my head. Like you said that, like, what is it that you want? Like today. And they're like, and they get out the phone and they don't dare.
Right. That cuts the conversation, because you ain't about to trauma. We're not about to trauma bond. People trauma bonding with their therapists. Because the therapists don't know how to answer either. They don't have the answer. Which is why they got to talk about, well, what had happened was. Well, what had happened was. That's all the conversation is about. Well, what do you want? What do you expect? What is the end goal? No, it's, well, it's really not your fault. You're right. They did that to you. Now you just gotta have boundaries. You gotta get away from people. I don't know what to tell you. You just gotta get away from people, because people are the problem. So once you get away from people, then everything be solved. Okay, go ahead, be a recluse. If that floats your boat, you gotta get away from people.
Yes.
No, you gotta change you. Change you. Then your world will change. And then the people that support you, uplift you, that is a symbiotic and not parasitic relationship, will find you, because what? They will be attracted to you. Why? Because you're the magnet, right? That's enough just told us. We're a magnet. Right? You either shit attracting flies, or you are the flowers attracting bees and honey. Which one you want to be? You get to decide. But they both attracting something. I want that pollen. I don't want I don't need no fly. They been on all kind of shit. Shit stink. No, thank you. Did you have anything more to say on the subject?
No.
Oh, okay.
I love it. I know I didn't mute yet, but yeah, I just had to get my But no, I'm done.
Thank you. All right, Gigi, then A-Town.
Yeah, we had to marinate on that one. Sometimes you just gotta marinate, And I love that, Key. Thanks for sharing that. Excuse me. I love Be Ye Doers. And for a while, that one, Be Ye Doers, faith without works is dead. I was thinking it was something you had to do physically, And it turns out that when I looked into that script, Faith Without Works is dead. And I was trying to figure out, is it something that I have to do physically? And then I asked myself, what does that really mean? And it answered me saying, it's what you're giving your attention to. It's what you're focusing on. It's what you're saying. So I said, oh, come on. You're saying there's a work. What's the work? And my higher self gently again said, it's what you're focusing on. It's what your awareness is. It's what you're saying. So I decided to put it to work that way. And yeah, realizing you don't have to do anything physically, because see, in the church they would say you got to do something, but they don't tell you what it is that you have to do. That's why I didn't figure out, like, you know, faith without works is this: you have to work your faith. Okay, so what's the work? I'm like, all right, tell me, what's the work? And they're just spinning around, you know, the subject, and I'm like, get to it. What's the work? You know, so. And my higher self responded. And then I never knew that this part existed. Okay. To James 1:22. They only gave me this part. Be ye doers of the word and not hearers only. But when you read the whole thing, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, it says, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his deed. And it kind of led me to what you do with God in private, you'll be rewarded in public. Mm-hmm. So it is your attention, your assumption. And then he really blew my mind here. You are not a forgetful hearer when you keep the feeling of your wish fulfilled constantly alive in your consciousness. Mm. This makes you a doer of the work, and you are blessed in your deed by the inevitable realization of your desire. You must be doers of the law of assumption, for without application, the most profound understanding will not produce any desired result. Mm. Wow. So we have to be doers. So how do we do? By simply being. Woo! Okay. So how do we be? We're simply saying that we are. Oh, perfect example. When I was learning to play the guitar in 2020. Now my husband is a great guitar player. Mm-hmm. I put him up there with Slash, Mick Mars, Jimi Hendrix, because he's good. He's got his own style. Mm-hmm. So the moment I started thinking, I'm trying to play this instrument. Mm. I couldn't. It became tough. But once I said, I'm an amazing guitar player. Playing guitar is easy for me. What my husband can do, I can do, and even better, to the point where I surprise him. Mm. And I've surprised him. Yes. I've even surprised myself. I've said, my fingers know where to go. I know how to play this instrument. And I became that guitar player. So how did I become that guitar player? By simply saying that I am. Woo! By simply saying that I am, I started doing the physical things would do. You identified with being a guitar player. Right. Yep. The moment you say, I am an amazing guitar player, you automatically become it. You automatically will start acting, being, doing the things that an amazing guitar player does. There have been times that I have discovered like notes and chords on the guitar that I never even knew existed. Mm. And I'm like, it surprises me how did my fingers know to go there? And I'll answer myself, you're an amazing guitar player. Oh yeah. And I won't even think about it. I'll be like, okay, I'm an amazing guitar player. Fingers, do your thing. You know where to go. And I'll just play. And I do the same thing with the piano. The thing is, what's the work? Be. But we have to work the be. We have to repeat the being, especially if we have an opposing thought to that being, like you just said earlier. So when you have an opposing thought to that being, you ignore that opposing thought and you stick to the be. So if my opposing thought would go, no, you're not. Oh, come on. No, I'm an amazing guitar player. Oh my God, I play just as good as my husband. I play just as good as Slash. I'm good. Oh my God, I love playing this instrument. I'm having a good time. And eventually that negative opposing thought goes away because you're not giving it any attention. You're not giving it any vacancy. Where's it gonna go? It's gotta go away. So he rocked my world when he said, every chapter here has been rocking my world, but this is one of them, where he says, you must strive after is being. What you must strive after is being. You just have to be. In order to do, it is necessary to be. The end of yearning is to be. So the moment I stopped yearning how to play the guitar, the necessity that I had to play the guitar, no, the moment I just claimed it, I'm an amazing guitar player. This instrument's easy. Any instrument I want to play, I can play. If I want to play the violin right now, I'll play it. If I want to play the saxophone right now, I'll play it. Because that's my assumption. That's my belief of myself. This is why you'll meet people, like I've seen interviews of musicians that maybe they don't even know the difference between a bass guitar and a regular guitar, and they're in a famous rock band and they're touring the world. Why? Because they became that person by simply saying that they are. And the moment that you say that you are, all the feelings, the tools, the things, all the physical stuff that you have to, that goes with it, will automatically show up. It becomes second nature. It's like somebody that says that they're in good shape, that they exercise, or that they're an athlete. They will automatically start acting and doing the things that a professional athlete does by simply saying that they are. So when they try to say to you, oh, you first have to figure out what to do, no, you don't. I answered myself years ago about faith without works, because I was thinking I had to work. What is the work I have to do? Do I have to read more of the Bible? Do I have to do this? Do I have to do that? Because I wasn't getting an answer at church. They just said, you have to work your faith. Okay, well, ¿qué carajo es eso? Like the Spanish say, what the hell is that? You're not telling me. And the moment I asked my higher self, asked the God in me, what does that mean? It was simple. And the more I would question it, it was simple. I would go back again very kindly. You must assume it. You must be it. All you have to do is be it. That's it. That's your work. All you have to do is assume it. That's your work. All you have to do is keep your awareness on it. That's your work. That's it. The rest, that's in the spiritual realm. Let the spiritual realm deal with the rest of it. Your only thing is to be. To be or not to be, that is the question, Shakespeare said. So, I mean, this one was an eye-opener, because especially this part, in order to do, it is necessary to be. The end of yearning is to be. You must strive. What you must strive after is being. Your concept of yourself can only be driven out of consciousness by another concept of yourself. Wow. So if there's an opposing thought there, choose the concept that you desire. And when you choose that new concept and you stick with that new concept and you say that you are that new concept, you're being that new concept. Because the moment you say that you are, you automatically be. I am healthy. Boom, you're healthy. I'm amazing. Boom, you're amazing. I am beautiful. Boom, you're beautiful. The moment you put anything you put behind I am, you automatically are. So you stick there. You stay there. Opposing thought wants to come in. I'm beautiful. I'm amazing. Opposing thought sounds like the teacher from Charlie Brown. I'm beautiful. I'm amazing. You stick to it. So what's the work? Just be. Wow. chapter 18. I'm going to call you the Rock My World chapter. Yeah, because it really did rock my world. And he even says that, you know, he's repeating the same thing. He's repeating the same thing throughout the chapters. And then I believe that we too have to repeat the being, because it's something that we're not used to. We're used to working. We're used to, we have to strive, you know, or like A-Town said earlier, you have to go through hell to get to heaven. No, it turns out you don't, unless you claim it. If you claim that you're gonna, you know, go through hell, then you will. Why not? Say, no, everything for me comes easy. Everything for A-Town comes easy. Heck, we both got private jets parked in the same liner. Look at that. Next to Kev's too, because Kev has a private jet. But the point that I'm making is, you know, have fun with it and just repeat the being. You know, I changed my mind. This was called Be Ye Doers, Repeat the Being chapter, because that's really what it is. All you have to do is be. So yeah, I landed my private jet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
You're up, A-Town.
I thought Latox was before me.
She already went.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
you and Kevin and you and Kevin are the last two. So you want to go off to Kevin? We let the gentleman for last.
For sure. No, I definitely enjoyed this chapter. Your desire is what you want to be. Again, like Gigi had mentioned, just the reiteration of how you want to exclaim your desires, how you want to keep, you know, and for me, easy mode, you know what I'm saying, is my desire. So for me, being able to see myself in imagination as that person. So I'm not easy, but I'm in easy mode, you know what I'm saying? How about that? And then being able to understanding what was it saying? Again, I love the fact that, you know, what Gigi had mentioned too is, you know, be doers of the word, not only hearers, deceiving your own selves, but it goes on to say, you know, as though for anybody to be a hearer and not just a doer, it's basically forgetting who he really is. And so I really enjoyed that part. What else? I think, let me see. Oh yeah, the perfect law of liberty is the law which makes possible liberation from limitation. And that is the law of assumption. So I think we had kind of spoke on it a little bit yesterday, just what lack and limitation those things are. And the assumption demystifies, you know, debunks all of that, you know, and it brings the awareness, as you had mentioned, of, you know, of abundance, of plenty, of love, of, you know, everything that we want. So that was real dope. Also, what else do I have? Okay, so yeah, you must be doers of the law. Okay, yeah, you must be doers of the law of assumption, for without application to the most profound understanding will not produce any desired result. So for me, yeah, just consistent application, you know, and being able to stay in that mode of application. And again, for me, what resonates for me is just the exercise of it all, the being of it all, and just the consistent practice of the application of it. Because you know, for me, I'm always thinking about something. I'm always thinking about mine is, you know, 0 to 100, you know, and then it also, my mind wants it now, you know, so I'm always in the laying, you know, thinking, laying the foundation of everything that consists of the logistics, the, you know, things of that nature. So just being able to rest into a doer mindset and just the chill and easy mode mindset. And what does it say? The real truth seeker will come. I'm sorry. The real truth seeker will welcome this aid in concentrating his attention upon the law which sets him free. So again, the law of abundance, the law, or the law of love, and just whatever you want to. I mean, because you are the law, so you can rest into. We can seek out that truth, and that truth is our desires. And so I definitely enjoyed that. Then it says, what you must strive after is being. I love that because it's like, okay, just be, dude, just be. And I don't have to, nothing's of a performative basis. And that's what really resonated with me. Your concept of self, and I'm real big on concept of self, just because it's kind of new, but it really just kind of blankets the world as it is to us. What's your self-concept of yourself? And of course, like we had just explained, where my self-concept was, I can get it, but it's gonna come with a little, with a little ish. What I'm saying? So no longer does it come with that particular shit. I don't really even know how I put that ish in there, but we just gonna, we just gonna delete mode. You know what I'm saying? Because I do get it, and it comes, and it just comes with, it comes to just accepting, just accepting the assumption of it, and then of course, like you said, not really paying attention, but not having to dwell on the how, just go to the end. And I think for me, being able to diagnose and surgerize the how, I think that's where I'm really falling back on, and then it says by creating an ideal in your mind. And so this morning, or even in mornings, I go to sleep different now, and I wake up differently. I try not to grab the phone unless I'm going to the phone to put on Neville, or put on something that's gonna allow me to stay in that mode at least for 30 to 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I try to where I can kind of just like rest and keep my eyes closed. So I think it said, I was reading the other day where it was like, you go into your cortisol is something I forgot, you know what I'm saying? But it's a mode where in just your waking, your subconscious is just different. And then I was in the other book club just earlier where it talked about sleeping and how, and the feeling is the secret. And it Neville goes into just the essence of what sleeping is, where the feminine and the masculine, or they come together, where it's just super super dope. And so just being able to tap into that, where I'm able to really, sleeping isn't just me just needing to get rest. Sleeping is a continuum of being, and how I am able to enter another different level of rest. And then, of course, the waking, where I'm not diving into the phone, thinking about this, that, and the third, where I'm able to really tap into the being and the doing, or the doer. Yeah, the doer mode. And then it says, until you become one and the same with the ideal. So really getting into what my ideal is, instead of just drifting along, and really paying attention to what my ideal is and my desires. I think a lot of times I allow the 3D to kind of navigate almost like a pinball machine sometimes. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, dong, 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 100 there, oh, keep me up. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, yo, it is crazy. And this is all psychological and emotional. You know what I'm saying? And then what Neville really kind of exclaims is, use those emotions, use your mindset in order to keep your attention on, to hold your ideal, and to keep reiterating, stay in the assumption of. So I'm just recognizing the tools of my emotions, my mindset, because it says thereby transforming yourself into it. So I'm just loving, the whole everything, especially the feedback, because like he said, I'm able to really get a more context in terms of what the chapters are talking about, hearing it from you guys, because we can all go and read it, and it ain't gonna be the same if we don't come here. Yeah, I ain't gonna say that for everybody, because Toya, she gets hers, with her downloads, whatever. But for me, I'm able to come to it and really get a good context from the reiterations from everybody, the good, and even from the comments. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely appreciate the comments coming into the live. Even if you don't come up to the the panel, the comments is definitely on point when you're able to really see how people are able to help navigate, or they're able to resonate, or they're able to add to. So I definitely love it. And yeah, so shout out to the book club.
Yes.
Man, my private jet
Oh,
next to Kevin GG's.
all right. All right. You made me think of that song. Who are you? Who? 'Cause who are you? Who am I being? Who am I? Who am I? You know what I say? They can say be yourself. Who am I? Who is myself? Who is myself? Without worrying about how you are being perceived. Right? Without being concerned at how people see you. Because people only see you as you see yourself. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Clock that.
Clock that.
My time.
You're so silly. Go ahead, Kevin.
That was great. Everybody's input is so important and impactful. When I saw be a doer as a and not hearers, that like some of the ones in the panel, that meaning had to evolve coming out of church, because it had a different landing, different connotation attached to it, different belief system attached to it, where I thought I had to work. And even during that time, I would say, I'm going to try to do this, I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to do this over here, or I'm going to try to work on that, and I'm going to try to do better, And there's a cliche to say, I don't have to do nothing but pay taxes and stay black. And only half of that is true, because if I start a church, I don't have to pay taxes.
That part.
But we are capable of being whatever we want to be. We don't have to try to be it, just be it. You don't sit down and say, you know what? I'm going to try to fix me something to eat. I'm going to try to eat. I'm going to try to go to the bathroom. When you got to go to the bathroom, you just go.
Right. Nobody says I'm trying to go. Everybody says I'm going to the restroom. I'm going to the lady. And right, they don't say I'm trying to go. What you mean? You just go? What you gotta try to go? You gotta try.
Lesson number 2.
Yeah, lesson number 2. But we all know how to be. I mean, and that ain't no work. That's just being. That's what work. The caterpillar is a caterpillar until it stops being a caterpillar. And a butterfly is a butterfly when it stops being a caterpillar. And you are the new desired state when you stop being the old state. See how that works? You have to just be.
Here's the thing, though. You have to know that the caterpillar, that the butterfly was always The
Was
caterpillar
always-
was always the butterfly.
Right.
It was never trying to be. It didn't have to stop being something in order to be this because it was already that, right? The acorn
Right.
is the oak tree. It is. It didn't have
Right.
to stop being the oak tree, stop being the acorn before it became the oak tree. No, it was already. The seed is already, the fulfillment is already in the desire. Right? That's what it says, have faith as the grain of a mustard seed. And then you can say unto this mountain, be thou removed. Why? Because you're already the thing. You're not trying to be it. You're not becoming it. You already are it.
What I meant is dying to the old state.
Right.
I was referring
But
to
it's
dying
but it's
to the old
natural
state.
though. It's not something you have to
Yeah.
do.
No, there's no work involved.
No work involved. Yep.
Right. You don't have to go get hands laid on you. If there's no shadow work, you just be.
Yes, B.
Nobody has to tell you when you're a female to be a female. Or when you're male to make sure you're being a male. I understand that laugh because nowadays people pick and choose even that, and that's okay too. You be whoever you want to be.
In the arm. The army of the Lord. Oh, but thank you, the artist. Thank you. The artist says, love this live.
Yes.
Over on
I like
YouTube.
that.
Over on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, I got 15 likes over here on YouTube. I'm hey. That's a great thing over here on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
We celebrate with you.
I think I seen somebody come from the YouTube family over to the TikTok. They had mentioned that, or was it yesterday?
That was yesterday. Yesterday.
It was it?
Mhm.
Okay. And shout out to the 100K likes.
Woo, 100K over here on TikToky.
Yeah, that's big business. That's 100K in 2 days. So, T, you doing real good.
Good job.
So for everybody, we what did Jesus say? Tiny and mighty. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't need a whole 100 listeners or whatever the case is. We get it done.
Hey, it's already done. Because those who need to hear will hear. Our desire will always be multiplied exceedingly.
Yes. That part. They can't help but be big. They can't help but reach the masses. More and more people are waking up from the sleeping state than ever before in history. More and more, there's more and more desires for this type of teaching than ever before. The world, I'm trying to find that scripture where all creation is waiting.
Romans. I believe it's Romans 1.
I think it is in Romans. Yeah, the whole creation is waiting. For who? For us.
For the sons of God to be revealed.
For the sons of God. How do you be revealed? In your awakened state.
Yeah.
In your mind. In your mind. So, I'm loving this.
Yeah. Me too.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm loving it. Oh. It's
good to be
beautiful.
silly.
It is. Hey. In the world where you could be anything, be kind. Go ahead, Gigi. I know you said you had one more thing.
Yeah. Wow, this chapter. I love this part. By creating an ideal in your mind, you can identify yourself with it until you become one and the same with the ideal, thereby transforming yourself into it. The dynamic prevails over the static, the active over the passive. One who is a doer is magnetic and therefore infinitely more creative than any who merely hear. Be among the doers. So the moment that you are being and you're repeating the being, you are automatically identifying with it. You are automatically becoming it. And you automatically are magnetizing it, meaning bringing it to you. And, you know, I just had an epiphany with Control, Alt, Delete. Control your thoughts. Alt, alternate your thoughts. And delete the thoughts that don't serve you. So Control, Alt, Delete. The moment that we choose to be that person that we desire to be, we are automatically become that person. We are automatically living the life of that person by simply choosing to be. So, wow, this chapter, I mean, I can talk about this chapter for a long time, but I know it's Valentine's Day and we got things to do. But I just wanted to put that point that the moment we become it, the moment we say that we are it,
We are it. We are it. The moment you decide you are it, you are it. It's not about becoming, it's about recognizing, right? It's about recognizing, because this is awareness, right? Awareness is recognition, acknowledgement, right? You were already the thing. You were always the thing. You just didn't remember it.
Right.
That's all that's going on. The reason why you have the desire is because you are the desire. Do we get that? Does that resonate with everybody?
Yes, we do.
The reason why you're desiring it is because you are already it. You don't need to do anything to be it. You don't need to do anything to be it. You don't need to stop it. You don't need to turn it over, flip it over, rub it down. You don't need to do anything but be still and know. That is a command. Be still and know that I am.
I am God. Yep.
Not try to figure out how to stop it, not to try to figure out how to become it, not how to figure out how to flip it up, turn it upside down, analyze it, compromise it, bargain with it.
Up, flip it, rub it down. Smack it up, flip it, rub it down.
Because when the Bible says sacrifice, it means to turn away from. That's all you're giving. Instead of giving your attention to this, you're giving your attention to that. And there manifests. But as long as whenever you veer to the left or veer to the right, now you've taken yourself off this, and now you're looking at that, and you're confused, and you're all over the place. And you don't actualize the desire because you're not recognizing it. It was always there. Why? Why don't you see it? Because you're blinded. Peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo.
Not paying attention.
I see you. I see you. I see you. There you know, like you play a baby. Can you see me? Can you see?
Yep.
Stop playing peekaboo with your doggone desires.
How do you pay for it? Pay attention. You pay with attention. That's how you pay for it. How do I pay for it? Attention.
We really do have to get out of our mind that there's something to do. There's nothing to do.
Nothing to do.
Absolutely nothing to do. Because the moment you say I am, you are. And everything that goes along with that assumption automatically happens. I like how Joseph Murphy says you're compelled to do the thing. You couldn't stop it even if you tried. It has to come. It must. If any man be in Christ, you are a new creature. Old things pass away, and most things become new. Many things become new. Some things, no, all things become new. Like he said, her friend don't even look the same. She don't talk the same. She don't dress the same. She probably say, I guess she didn't say this, I'm just ad-libbing. Maybe she couldn't even pick out of a crowd if she saw on the street. Probably do wait a minute. She'd be like, Key, don't you know who I am? Like, no, you jog my memory. Who are you again? Girl, we went to, what? That's you, girl? I'm sure that's probably would be your reaction if you saw her before you talked to her. Because you're saying you looking at her and she don't look nothing like the old state. She's completely embodied the new state.
Yep.
She looks like a wealthy woman that's well kept, and yeah, that's what she looks like now. Nothing. Yep, you're right. I would not I would be like, she looks kind of familiar, but yeah, you're right.
Who are you?
Are you?
Who? Yeah, because yeah, when you embody, when you decide, when you assume that you're God don't do justification, explanation, reason, doesn't do any of that. When you can stop trying to bargain with yourself, analyze yourself, fix yourself, just be yourself. Just be God. Just be God. Because that's the script remind. Just be God. Just be still and know that I am God. So God don't have to do anything. God just speaks and it is. That's it. God just let there be and it was. And the reasoning mind tries to cipher that out and tries to figure out, but that's not how it works. It's something you got to do something. Like you just can't the doing is automatic. It's not saying you won't do anything. It's saying that the doing is automatic. You don't think about it. It's just you just automatic express it. Somebody that's wealthy don't have to get up in every day in the mirror and tell them I'm wealthy. They just know it, right? You think someone, the state that we want to actualize, say we want millions, billion, whatever you, however many zeros you putting behind that number, right? Once you enter the state, do you think they need to start saying these robotic, I am wealthy, I am wealthy, I'm wealthy? Don't you just, when you say that I am, don't you just know it? Because here's the thing, this is what Neville, he said, I think he says it in another book if he didn't say it in this book. The fact that you keep saying it, the fact that you think you have to keep saying it is you showing that you're not it. People try to convince you of something. Like, why are you trying to convince me of something that you already are? What's this hard sell? Because you ain't it. If you have to try to convince someone of something, that just means that you ain't the thing that you're telling people about. Because you wouldn't have to tell it, people could see it, right? Key knew something was different about her friend without her friend ever having to mention it. She could see it. She knew it was something different about her friend. Her friend didn't have to announce and come into it and say, oh, here, you're out here. Guess what, girl? Stop saying what you are and just be what you are. No justification. No explanation. We had to learn this less talking and more being, right? Less talking and just be it. You gotta talk about it. Just be it. And everybody else will see it. Because what's done in secret shall be what? Announced on the rooftops, on the housetops. People will know it. You ain't even got to tell it. What's done in secret will be shown openly.
That's right.
Yep, it's automatic. When you assume the state, that state is automatically expressed. It's automatic.
It says it right there in the chapter.
Yep.
You identify with it once you become one with it.
And you see things just start to be what? Attracted to you, right? So the business, the clients start to come, the music, the opportunities to share your music, right? Everything that you want just starts to happen for you. And that's where some people get a little scared. So you can't get scared when the easy comes because you ask for easy. So don't start saying it's too good to be true or questioning the ease. because you have, like Gigi was saying, we have been conditioned to the hard. So when the easy come, be open to receive the ease. Because sometimes when the easy come, people question the ease and say it must be a trick to it. It can't be this easy. This too good to be true. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Like, was it supposed to be this too easy? Like, is somebody tricking me? Like, what's going on? No struggle. You asked for it, you said no struggle. So be ready to receive the ease. Prepare. Be ready to receive the ease, because the ease coming now. Because the windows of heaven about to open up and pour down a blessing you not going to have room enough to receive. Because now unto him that is able to do exceeding abundantly above all you ask or think, according to the power that's in you. So it's happening. Or has it happened and you just can't see it?
It's funny how this popped into my mind. Jay-Z always says, more money, more problems. And wonder why he's having problems.
More money, more
Whenever
options. You better say it, more
whenever
money,
I
more
would say
options.
that, I would say more money, more money. Because money don't get problems. More money, more money. More money, more beauty. More
All
money,
right, you
more
better say that.
options.
You know,
More
people
money,
be
more-
like, you know, when you start to get when things start coming, you get haters. No, you get haters. I get appreciators.
by claiming it. Yeah.
You know, like
And
you
get
have to
appreciated.
you remember this your world, this your reality, this your story. Why you want haters?
Exactly.
Why you want, people like, some people are talking about, once they make it, once they start having a certain amount of income coming to their experience, how their family and their friends are still at a different level. So it's lonely.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want? You want to have money and be lonely? Those set of people may not be able to come, or they can because it's your story. So you can write in a story that even though my family and friends are not on my income level, I still enjoy them. They still enjoy me. It's still a good time. Because it's all about the story that you tell. But people like feeling woe is me, like, oh, I got all this money. I'm so, the money just coming in and don't nobody understand me. My family and friends, they just not on my level and I gotta pay for everything. And you complaining about the new state instead of enjoying it. Why are you not happy about being able to lift your family up? Because we say that we want the more money so our family could be good. And then when you get the more money so your family could be good, you mad and complaining. But you asked for that. You ask that you be the breadwinner. You ask that you be the one that everybody come to because you got the money. Maybe change the story. Maybe say I'm good and everybody good. I got my own. Blessed is a child that got his own. See, you want to be Captain Saber family. You want us to be the savior of your family. So guess what happens when you're the savior of your family? They're going to come ask you for the answer because you're the savior, remember? You want to save your family. But guess what? What you think about to come with that? Can I have? Can I have? Can I have? And you should be in a state of yes, you can, yes, you can, yes, you can, because I created it. I said I wanted to be the savior. I wanted to be the reason my family wasn't poor anymore. I wanted to be the reason. I wanted to be that. So then you shouldn't be begrudgingly giving them anything. You should be happily giving them whatever they asked for because you wanted to save them. Remember, they needed you. They had problems. They had issues that you need to fix. So, be wise in your choosing. Be wise in your story. But remember, whatever you create, you can recreate. Ain't no stories fixed. You don't have to, the story's not fixed. If you discover, I don't really like being the ATM for the family. I don't really like being savings and loans. I don't really like being that they come to me for all of their financial woes. I don't really like that. Change up the script. Rewrite the script. Rewrite the script. What do you really want? What is it that you truly, what do you really see? And then that's what it'll be. Say, well, miss me with the savior role. You know? Hey, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. But guys, okay, I know we've been on almost 4 hours. We'll
Wow,
finish.
really?
We'll finish. Yeah, it's 1:40. We'll finish the rest of the until the case stories. I think it's 4 more chapters before the case stories. So 19 through 21. So I think that's the same for. I mean, it's a little longer, but I think we could get through it if we could just, maybe just shorten some of our responses. But it's whatever. I don't really have nothing going on next Saturday, so it's up to you guys. Do you want to do 4 before the case stories? Because let's see.
Well, let's go. Can we go
19
through 22.
That's what I'm saying. That's before the case histories. 19 to
Yeah,
22.
let's go 19 to 22. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
I
4.
vote for that. What does everybody else vote?
That's fine with me.
And then the
I
case
just like the
stories can be
title
by
itself, too.
themselves, because the case stories are really,
Yeah.
they're really inspiring, reminding you of how, because when he get these case stories, you will see these people didn't do nothing to make their manifestations come. They did nothing to make their manifestations come. They decided what they wanted, and it's just happened. Some people use different techniques, right? Some people visualize, some people go into the place to touch it, to feel it. They're just giving you different ways in which you can, assume the state, right? Because there's no one way or wrong way to do it, right? It's infinite ways that you can get yourself to believe and accept your new identity. Because that's all you're doing. You're just shifting identities. You're deciding to be this now. And then if you don't like it, you can decide to be something else. You could decide to be something else. So I will be back Wednesday, Manifesting Wednesdays. Fridays, I'm doing Deconstructing from Christianity. I'm doing that again, but this time we're still only talking to us's. We're only talking to those that have deconstructed from that state. It still will not be a debate live. I do not care what a Christian think. That's none of my business. I don't care what somebody that's Islamic. That's none of my business. You get whatever your belief is, you get to have it. It will be specifically a safe space to talk for people to deconstruct and understand that you got to loose this fear state, and some people feel like they need some place to come, and we're going to create that space for them to have that space to come and talk and to ask questions. And maybe some people thought they had to totally get rid of the Bible, and now they can understand that the Bible is all about them. Just because religion, pulled the wool over our eyes and gave us a mistranslation or misinterpretation, now we understand that Bible's about us. The Bible's about being God. That's what the Bible's about. The Bible is about being God. That's what the Bible's about. So refreshing, isn't it? Go ahead, A-Town.
Now, I was just going to say, if you like what you heard today, you can join the book club. Link is in our bio. Prosperous Living with Toya Facebook group. And what time? I think somebody asked what times. I think Latoxa got it. Yeah, okay, no, Latoxa got it. Even for Wednesdays and Fridays is 5 Eastern?
No, Fridays will be during the day.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't have a time for Friday whenever I feel like getting on. You just have to catch me when you catch me.
My time.
My time.
But yeah, definitely just want to thank everybody for joining. Again, we actually had some good stories in the Facebook group. Young lady and her son, just different things. But you can come and share, get enlightened. Toya's always dropping some gems. I'm always dropping something in there, every other day or so. But you, like she said, just to be able to be around a different tribe that is, not anti-religion, but it's able to your religion. You know what I'm saying? You are your religion, you being God, and definitely enjoyed everybody today. You know, just being able to have the comments, the insights, the shares, and 111K, and you know, everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody on the panel. You know, we rock, and yeah, that's my share.
Oh, salute, salute, salute. It's been a wonderful, beautiful live, guys. Beautiful live. I'll let you guys say your adieus, your farewells. We start with Cheryl. Did you want to say anything?
No, just thank you, everyone. You know, I always enjoy this. I get so much out of it. So I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their day. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day, Toxic.
I don't have anything. Just appreciated the live. I'm definitely gonna be going back and watching on YouTube, which I highly suggest everyone get into the YouTube situation and support Toya as a subscriber and member. There is very inexpensive, and you can listen to the lives all day long if you want to. So highly suggest that. That's what I will be doing as soon as this goes up on YouTube. Going back and finding those gems that I kind of want to just dig into more. So highly suggest that. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to cut it short because I'm about to go make some money. So happy Valentine's Day, guys. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Kid. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you all so much. And I'll catch you guys. Yes, happy Valentine's Day. Catch you guys Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye.